while strides have been made towards gender equality, certain specialties still exhibit imbalances. Factors such as traditional gender expectations, implicit biases, and limited mentorship opportunities contribute to this gap. It is crucial for institutions to actively promote diversity, providing equal opportunities for career advancement. Additionally, addressing societal expectations around gender roles can help reshape perceptions and create a more inclusive environment for both male and female doctors. This is, of course, if I tell you, it is the story is also still interesting. The first Indian woman doctor, the Anandbai Joshi, she was the first Indian woman to become a physician. Despite being married at the age of 9 and reckoning with the death of her first child when she was 14 years old, she took control over her own life, deciding to pursue a degree in Western medicine from the United States. Before leaving, she addressed a public gathering where she spoke about the need for more women to become doctors in India. Unfortunately, she passed away because of tuberculosis before she could start practicing. The second woman, I think I will remember, I will name is the Kadambini Bose Ganguly. She was a medical doctor in India. She and Anandbai Joshi, just I named, both got their degrees in Western medicine in 1886. These are the first Indian women. However, she was India's first practicing lady doctor as Anandbai died soon after. She was the first Indian woman to have practiced with modern medicine with a modern medicine degree. Ganguly was the first woman to gain admission to Calcutta Medical College in 1884 and then subsequently trained in Scotland and established a successful medical practice. Another woman I will name is the Rukma Bai. She was one of the first women in India to become a doctor. She also fought against all odds to achieve this, asserting her right not to continue with a marriage she did not consent to. She was married at a younger age and appeared in court for the Dadaji versus Rukmabai case, taking a stand for her right to make choices for herself. Then, of course, I think we'll still, all of you will remember the Dr. Padmavati. I think everybody will know Dr. Padmavati Iyer. She was an important name in cardiology, a medical field which deals with treating heart-related issues and also funding. The founding director of the National Heart Institute located in Delhi. The India's first doctorate of medicine in cardiology was established for her by her in 1967. She was awarded the Padma Bhushan for her distinguished services, and again she got Padma Vibhushan, again another national award, and she was proudly, I think she was the president of National Academy of Medical Sciences. Then, of course, there is then that follows, and we have got many distinguished women. They have excelled in the field of medicine, and I think we have got three ladies here today. The National Academy of Medical Sciences is proud of, and we are going to honor them today. So obviously there are many causes and many issues. I am not going to, discuss why it is so and how the society should change, how our attitude should change. The National Academy has just started a, today we have started a new trend, a small beginning, just to recognize our women scientists. They have made a real contribution to the field of medicine, and we encourage and we wish many of you will be doing so, and you will see, and the National Academy will be very happy and will be able to honor many of you. And of course, there are two ladies sitting here, Minu and Professor Jaya, and they are actually heading the institute here in the AIIMS, a very famous and very prestigious institute. So, and I think that is again a matter of pride, and all of you should follow that, follow this suit. I'm not telling these are the names which I have made. They are the only ones. There are many, but I think in comparison to the main, as I just gave you few examples, that shows the disparity is still there. So now the second part, which I had told you, I'll just tell you something about the National Academy of Medical Sciences. So meanwhile, just take 5 to 7 minutes just to introduce, because I think it is important. Since we are here, Dr. Kapil is here, and Dr. Sarin is possibly listening online. So I'll just give you a small presentation. Can I have the first slide, please, about the National Academy? You see, National Academy of Medical Sciences, what is the difference? But we have got many associations of every specialties in the country. We have got a national association. Then the difference between the National Academy of Medical Sciences and various professional associations is that actually it encompasses all the specialties there together. In the words of Dr. Binod Pal, the member of the Niti Aayog, it is just like a banyan tree, you know, a vat vriksha hai, where all the branches of medicine are together, and all the people from different branches of medicine and medical sciences, they are together, and then they have this National Academy of Medical Sciences. This is what I'll just talk under these headings. Next one. Next one. Yes, I'll do it from here. Okay, this NAMS that was established on the 21st of April 1961 as a registered society, and at that time it was named as the Indian Academy of Medical Sciences, and it was registered under the Society's Registration Act, and with the objective of promoting the growth of medical sciences in our country. It was inaugurated in New Delhi by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, on the 19th December 1961. It was the first convocation of the Academy was held on the 8th December 1963, and it was addressed by Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, the then President of India. The Academy was renamed as the National Academy of Medical Sciences, India, on the 16th November 1976 on the working group set up by the Government of India. The NAMS is one of the unique institutions which fosters and utilizes academic excellence as its resource to meet the medical and social goals for our country. You know, this year, these are some of the pictures. You see the Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan is giving the convocation, and he is giving the degrees here. And this is the building of the NAMS building at New Delhi, and we have a beautiful auditorium here. You know, the objectives, it has many objectives, but as I told you, the main objective is to excel the promotion of medical sciences and knowledge in the country, and to impart the continuing medical education to the various sections of the medical sciences, both to the students, the faculty, medical practitioners, etc. So I'm not going to read everything, all the aims and objectives of the NAMS. You know, one of the very important functions of NAMS is the awarding the memberships and the fellowships. The fellowships of NAMS, that is FAMS, that is one of the very important and sought after degree by all the medical people in the country. Also, the NAMS gives honorary fellows to people who, who have achieved exceptional merits. Then we have got fellowship application under the advancement category, that is after 8 years of membership. And then we have got now newly introduced, that is associate fellowship of NAMS, that we call the associate FMS, particularly to those who are who have done their, that I'll tell you little later, those who have done their DM, MCH or the PhDs in the the biomedical sciences. Then we have two categories of membership, that is the membership of NAMS, that is a MAMS, those who have done post-graduation, and then having some few publications, and then the associate members of NAMS, after MD, MS or MDS or MSc in biotechnology or PhD, just to encourage, so we call, they can be associate members. Then the membership of National Academy after the DNB, that is the call as the MNA, MS. Then I can see the number of fellows till now. We have got about 1,146 fellows. And then the women fellows, since we are talking of women, we have got about 203 out of these 1,146. And then the associate fellows are 75. The MNMS, that is after DNB, we have about 8,000 plus till 2021, and another 449 were added in 2022. Then emeritus professors are 39, and the MMS are 2,439. The amongst the fellows of the NAMS family, we have got 2 Bharat Ratnas, then 6 Padma Vibhusans, then 19 Padma Bhushans, and 52 Padma Shri. And then the fellowship, earlier it was confined to only 30, and the members or the otherwise they were given every year. And for the last 2 years, the number has been increased to 60. So this is I'm telling because you people may try to apply for that. And then more than 100 MMS and over 500 member of National Academy of Medical Sciences, that is post DNB members are added each year. And so far, as I have told you, we have 5 women presidents out of 26 presidents of National Academy. That is constituting again 20%, that is again underrepresented. Then continuing medical education is one of the important activities of or the mandates of the National Academy. We have got about 39 emeritus professors. The yearly intake is about 10 to 15, and then they are given the main job of emeritus professors is to go to different institutes on invitation and then give and to establish a department or to give lectures, etc. And then we have got various orations and awards, about 15 orations and 8 awards are given every year by the academy. Then the convocation is held every year so that these fellowships and memberships are awarded, and then it is a full-fledged conference. Then an annals of National Academy of Medical Sciences, it is printed quarterly. It is a multidisciplinary annals, so we can give articles to that. Then we have a beautiful auditorium, as I have told you. I have already shown you that. Then these are some of the pictorial views of the Foundation Day. You see the Honorable Health Ministers, then the Honorable Chief Justice of India and others, they have attended these meetings. So this is the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi has attended this year annual convocation. Then some of the other important initiatives that has been taken by NAMS is the AIMS and NAMS Navigate CME. This is a Navigate program for the postgraduates of the AIMS. We have got now 16 functional AIMS. So it is a combined AIMS and a NAMS Navigate CME. You have to only register with a very nominal fee and you get lectures and CMEs from senior professors and faculty members. Then we have got Navigate Medico CME for the medical students. Then we have got a lead workshop. Lead workshop, it is the where the leaders actually usually as medical professionals, we don't have got any formal training for the administrator, those who are in the senior positions. We just learn by our experience. So that is again another initiative has been taken where the directors, the deans, the senior professors, heads of departments, so they take part and we have so far 3 leadership workshops have been conducted with very great success and acceptability. We have got faculty mentors to mentoring different, establishing different departments, different specialties, laboratories, etc. Then the NAMS task force, we have got different task force of important, of national importance. So that is given to the government. And then the biostatistics helpline, that is with the help of ICMR. So there is a biostatistics helpline. That means to give help, biostatistics help to postgraduates and the postdoctoral students so that they get their help about the biostatistical work. Then the emeritus professorship program, I have already told you. I think these are some of the, no, sorry, I just went back. Then the scientific exchange program, that is one of the activities is to promoted by the academy under the CME, that is in the area of health manpower development. Then this is I was talking to you about the joint NAMS and AIMS Navigate CME program for postgraduate students. I have already told you. So this is the faculty mentor program in different specialties. We have got also international NAMS fellowships and memberships that has been introduced so that people at the international level, they can become fellows and members. And this is the convocation in one of the convocations. Then the interactive webinar on the networking of medical colleges and the scientists, because all the medical colleges, and then we interact with them. And then that is the annals on the last one. Then this is the lead program, which I was telling, the training of the leadership program. It is a 2 days program. Then another initiative that has been taken is the initiative of starting NAMS and the IIT Hyderabad, that is online basic certificate course on artificial intelligence and healthcare. And this is the newsletter that is published every quarterly. So these are, ladies and then we have got a NAMS directory and a handbook that summarizes everything that the NAMS undertakes. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the activities, and I invite you all, depending upon you should take interest in NAMS and become a part of it, either as a member or a fellow, or can take part in some of the activities that I have told you. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and thank you, Dr. Meena, for inviting me to be part of this very prestigious and the first time, this conference that you have organized. Thank you.
It's with great pleasure I introduce our chief guest, Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati, who will be addressing us virtually. Sadhvi is a renowned spiritual leader and motivational speaker based in Rishikesh. She is a graduate of Stanford University and PhD in psychology. She is the president of Divine Shakti Foundation, a foundation that runs preschools, vocational training programs, and empowerment programs. She is the director of world famous yoga festival at Padmavati International. Sadhvi ji will be addressing us virtually and we will be raising her the
most respected Dr. Professor Meenu Singhji, Dr. Vidambar Velaj, all of the doctors, students, all of the critical and beautiful and powerful conference. It's such a joy. I could be there physically, but I am in the United States, so I couldn't be here physically. But I'm so honored, so blessed to be able by beautiful gift of him. Elizabeth Blackwell was the first woman in the United States to see the medical field. Said, it's not always easy to be kind, but oh, it's interesting. And that fascinating of being a pioneer. You know it's not. We know that breaking norms, breaking taboos, breaking ceilings, glass walls, and yet it's interesting, fascinating, it's critical in this particular way. Having in this is the only way how is actually growing and blossoming. And it's the only that we will actually help you think about. The mother in is the first. The mother is the one intuitively sees exactly what the child wants. She is the one whose body itself houses, builds, takes care of the baby. And when the baby, it's her body, heartbeat, her warmth, her care. It keeps the child alive. And of course, as the woman is taking care not only of the husband, the family, extended family, subpersonal. Subpersonal, actual for me, pati for me, in-laws for me, subpersonal. Young subpersonal, Suraksha भी करती, she is that here. माँ तो baby तो है, लेकिन माँ divine है, और जब वो baby divine doctor, nothing can stop the health and the healing that so the people, everyone. So we will never be able and healthfully look at impact of go back to Lawrence and back you know, that's what she possible. with death in hospitals from hospital death come and baby. Take the name so in the man. 40 times. She was only playing the role of how all of that in India we have stored medical our analytical section. Even at a time, girls were not voting. Girls were not getting medicine. Not only so, not only follow her heart and but feared Talia. Or the degree they need, I think, no. Oh. Our doctor phone, and now there, but you see, you have to have the impact that you have is so massive. But we see they what and the main area. I don't have full of have right in front of you our session from as one and so powerful. So, everything about their physical health, their and taking care of them. But also, so much more. The women have students, doctors, we're now at such a students in medical. So we are watching to we'll talk sometimes about spiritualizing. They can't science fiction. When we see it is understanding the divine, understanding how understanding of our medicine, of our surgery, of our medical. So, one of my the divine, the round of life, whether it's so whether it's working in some that I think love is that which I don't have but it also and it means suffering. The evil effect is not just but it the power of the they the focus and consciousness. We are not body. That which on the whole science is taken. I emphasize this specifically. They are the ones who find it. I believe. And all are interesting explanations. How bring about up harmony. I have so many thoughts to share. I'm sure. I don't know. Such is that I for also acting. I agree so many sorry. Back. I love back. Everyone. So,
I thank Sabini for her calming words. Now, the moment we have all been waiting for has arrived. It is my privilege to introduce Professor Shiv Kumar Sareen, President, National Academy of Medical Sciences, who would also be addressing us virtually. Sir is currently Senior Professor, Hepatology and Director, Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences, New Delhi. Sir is also Director, WHO Collaborative Center on Chronic Liver Diseases and Viral Hepatitis at Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences. Sir is adjunct faculty, Molecular Medicine at Jawaharlal Nehru University. Sir also has been bestowed with prestigious Padma Bhushan Award by Government of India. Sir has also been awarded Henry L. Bogus Medal 2017 by World Gastroenterology Organization, Ralph Cohn Memorial Lecture at the Institute of Hepatology, London, EASL International Recognition Award, Dhanvantri Medical Award, Ranbaxy Medical Sciences Award, and the Best Teacher Award. Sir is also founding editor of Hepatology International and also recipient of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award. Sir is also the president of Indian Society of Gastroenterology, Indian Association of Study of the Liver, Asian Pacific Association of Liver, and chairman CRIN, Asian Pacific Association of Liver Committee. Sir has more than 630 publications to his credit, edited 13 books on liver diseases, and has contributed 87 chapters in various medical textbooks. Sir, it is our honor to hear few words from you. Kindly welcome sir with a huge round of applause.
Audio.
It's a great privilege to address all of you.
Hello.
Not sure if my voice is clear.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Audio डाल इसकी audio डाल.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Because in the previous talk, there were some dragging, but if my voice is clear, may I continue? My picture is on.
Sareem sir, kindly unmute yourself.
The
Unmute
voice
sir.
is not clear? Can you hear me?
Sir, voice and picture both are clear, sir.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Welcome.
I would like to first pay homage to Dr. Snehata Deshmukh, and I would, on behalf of the team, NAMS and the organization, would like to pay homage to this very distinguished fellow.
सबकी voice नहीं आ रही है सर.
The
Laptop में.
current conference is a salutation to Dr. Meenu and her team for having organized this meeting. I would like to put on record the efforts done by her
Audio नहीं आ रही है सर.
and also her whole team. This is a great opportunity.
Hello.
Can you hear me, please? Hello?
डाल.
Yeah. Can you hear me, please?
So we can.
Okay, all right. So I expect if you don't hear me, if there is a problem, I'll cut short. I would not take others' time. I would like to thank also our president-elect, who had Behra Saab very elaborately given the what NAMS is standing for. I thank him, and I also thank him for making this event and taking lead in this. I would like this to be an annual event, Behra Saab, and also to be dates to be announced like 9th and 10th or 10th and 11th of August every year is NAMS Women in Medicine Conference. Whoever, you can invite applications, Umesh. So this would be a yearly event if you all agree, and every year on these days, so that we also salute Dr. Meenu and her team for holding the first conference. I would like to particularly thank my predecessor, Dr. Suraj Churamani, Madam, who had also galvanized NAMS, and thanks for her immense contributions. The awards committee for today's celebrations had been also one of my revered teacher and one of the distinguished fellows, Dr. Sneh Bhargav. She had led the assessment. 37 people. Imagine 37 people applied for Women in Medicine Award. I don't think people in any class would apply. And these were all women, and in a short period. So there would be hundreds who are eligible. So I would like to congratulate the three who have won, Dr. Shefali, Dr. Savita, and Pragya, for having been chosen for this prestigious award. And Pragya has also been selected on the National Vigyan Shri Award. So salutations, compliments, congratulations to all three of you. A big round of applause, please. I can't hear. Yes, now I can hear a little bit. I would also now have few thoughts. First, NAMS may have a task force, if Dr. Minu agrees, on priorities in women's health. And I think you have two panel discussions today. I would like some suggestions from the panel to give us on the thoughts, what we can do, what NAMS should do. And I would like Dr. Minu to lead this, but to give us a report in 30 days on priorities and actions required for women in health in India. What do we need to do? What are the major gaps? You can shortlist. If you agree, that would be one today's positive, long-lasting contribution. Next, I would like to inform that the NAMS annual conference is 22nd to 24th of November in Jodhpur, where a special section on women in health. The current is women in medicine. A women in health will be there. So I would like you to not only attend the meeting, but inform everyone, whether it is in private sector, government sector, to come and join hands for women in health in India. And of course, women in medicine. I expect all 37 to join. I would like to invite women members for the following activities where NAMS is lagging behind. NAMS would be extremely privileged if women would like to contribute, and these are the areas. NAMS newsletter, volunteer, join, and improve. There can be a special section in the newsletter on women, and you can add. The social media, at least I am zero. And someone else to come and say, you can write right now in the chat box. I know so many people are listening and so many are there. You can put in the chat box, give your suggestions right now. Social media, Annals. Annals is a flagship journal for the NAMS, and we need women editor of the sections. The lead program. This is a leadership program. We need women leaders, and everyone knows women make better leaders. You have one sitting there. We have need for NAMS and Triple IIT, the AI and machine learning program. We need a women coordinator, co-chair for that. Please apply, please enrich, so that this is the first program in the country where doctors would be educated by Triple IIT. This is a certified course. Certified. So you can actually say, I have a 16-week, a 3-month program run, and the certificate will be given by Triple IIT. They're doing with collaboration with NAMS. So please tell everyone it starts September 2. You can apply. It's a very modest 15,000 rupees, and you have 16 lectures, and you will know what is virtual language, natural language processing, what are machine learning tools, how to develop algorithms. So I request not only your students, your faculty to join and get listed. 20th August is the last date, I think. Umesh can correct. So NAMS Triple IIT, I would request someone to be a coordinator, co-coordinator. We also have request for the NAMS and AIMS, NAMS and ICMR biostatistics helpline. This is the first 24/7 helpline which will provide help to students for their statistical difficulties in learning. I at least face very often, and I look for a good biostatistician. Hopefully, we would need somebody to contribute time voluntarily and become part. And if you have biostatistics good people, Dr. Minu, please ask them to give their time and be part of this program. And anyone else from other AIMS, they are listening, may please help. We also need people to come and help in the mentorship program. We have mentor-mentee programs, which will also be visible in the Jodhpur AIMS NAMS conference. So I would like people to say, I would like to be a mentor. I can mentor 5, I can mentor 10, I can mentor in innovation, I can mentor in pulmonology, I can mentor in gynae or public health. So please, so put your request, put your thing, and we would like women to become 50% partner in all NAMS activities. We are inching slowly, and the seed has been sown today. I would also request the NAMS cell. We have, Umesh may correct me or Ajay, we have almost 30 to 40 NAMS cell in medical colleges, but there are 700 medical colleges. We need NAMS cell in every college, every region. And in every cell, we would like a coordinator, maybe a woman, and the man, the other professor, can be co-coordinator. So let there be beginning from today of NAMS cells being led by women professors or deans or VCs and others. So I would request all those who are listening, and through Dr. Bera to Dr. Umesh, everyone to have NAMS cell, one female, one lady coordinator to be added into this. The advantage of a women in the NAMS cell would be they can have year-round activity. It's just not one dot. It's not one day. It's a year-long activity. How you can promote the women's activities and promote medicine, science, innovation in their area. We are lagging behind markedly. I would like to summarize now and just say, and one more thing for Dr. Meenu, her efforts are leading to setting up of liver transplant programs in Rishikesh, and most humbly, I would like to say the beginning has done. They have done a cadaver retrieval, and hopefully this year, with our little inputs and their leadership, the liver transplant program in NAMS in the Rishikesh will be there. So I do encourage her to continue with her dynamism. I would like to thank all, including Dr. Bera and Dr. Kapil and Ajay in the backbench, and all of you, and Bharti, and of course Dr. Meenu, and all those involved in the program. I wish I was with you. It's a dream for me that I can spend a relaxed day in Rishikesh. I hope in next few days I would come to Rishikesh, enjoy the good scenic beauty and the serene environment, and of course would be able to see this beautiful AIMS Rishikesh. NAMS is all of your, it is your academy. It's not academy of just us. So please enrich. By having enriched the academy, you will have a voice. With these few words, I would like to thank and wish you the very best, and compliments, congratulations to all award winners. The others were no less, but let's hope we will have more opportunities to recognize them. Thank you.
Mr. Walls. Sir is former professor of public health nutrition in New Delhi. He has numerous publications and has conferred many prestigious awards, including B.C. Srivastava ICMR Award for 1992, M.K. Shishadhari ICMR National Award for 1996, P.N. Raju ICMR National Award for year 2002, and Govind National Award of IIT for the year 2009, Senior Scientist Award in British Society of India 1992. He has been elected as a fellow NAMS 2003 and elected as fellow of Indian Public Health Association 1993. Kindly give a huge round of applause.
Namaskar and good morning to all of you. It's a proud privilege to be amongst you on behalf of National Academy of Medical Sciences, a premier institution in the country which recognizes the medical scientists, biomedical scientists who have contributed maximum in the field of medical sciences and biomedical sciences. We have privilege or honor of having Shri Abdul Kalam Azad Sahab as our fellow. We have many fellows who have contributed. We have about 8 Bharat Ratna who are part of our fellows, about 58 Padma Bhushans who are part of our fellows, and Padam Shri, I can't tell you how many they are. Many. It's first of all, I would like to thank Madam Meenu Singh ji. She has been very kind to help us in this particular event because of her mentorship, leadership, because of her strong guidance. I must admit that being at AIIMS, New Delhi, now we are finding that AIIMS Rishikesh is gradually coming up as the second best AIIMS in the country. The teaching facilities of undergraduate, postgraduates, also at the super specialty is something which is being washed all over the country. If you look at, ma'am was recently in Delhi and she initiated a program which is likely to be completed of liver transplant at AIIMS Rishikesh. This is something outstanding, which is very important milestone for the AIIMS Rishikesh. Dr. Bera has mentioned about large number of activities which NAMS has been undertaking. Similarly, Dr. Sareen also mentioned about it. During the year 2023, we initiated a small activity, academic activity of recognizing the academic excellence among women scientists. The women scientists in the country who have done outstanding contribution in the field of academics. And in the 2024, we have undertaken a similar exercise. It was a difficult exercise. We sent the circular, our request to all the fellows, all the members, all the associate fellows, all the universities, all the medical colleges, all the biomedical institutions, institutes of national importance to disseminate this information that those women who have academically contributed to the highest level, please request them to apply for this award. I must share with you that about 61 applications we received. And what we did was, as an academician, we laid down a criteria, that very objective criteria, so that there is no personal bias in the selection. So what we did, we gave 30 marks for the original contribution of us women scientists to the science, global science, right? We don't want that I like your face or I have a connectivity with you, so your name gets recommended. No. So 30 marks were given for the who have made original contribution to in the field of science. Second 30 marks were given to the publications. If your publication have been able to make a dent on the national policy or international policy, first national policy or leading to a patent, we have given 30 marks for that. Last 30 marks were given for your publications which have been able to make a change in the international policy or have been able to achieve a patent, international patent in the field of medicine. So very objective criteria. The last we have 10 marks for HI index. Whatever you do, whatever publication you do, if somebody comes in the Google that this is your HI index, and this HI index helps us to know the quality of publications which you have done. This is slightly difficult for the entire publications. So it becomes difficult for us to objectively evaluate them. But we had a jury of 5 eminent scientists in the country. They have evaluated all the applications which had come, which included some of the outstanding people in the field of community work. In a single particular publication, they have made 20 publications in a particular thematic area. But we did not consider them, or the jury did not consider them. Now, it was a very, very difficult task for the jury members also to list and give marks to all the 62 applicants. But we had amongst us 3 VIPs, women ladies who have contributed. May I request Dr. Pragya Yadavji, please stand. And you must know, if you have seen the movie Vaccine War, she almost contributed 40% in the development of Indian vaccine which was produced and which saved millions and millions of lives in our country. The second we have Madam Shefali Gulati. Ma'am, please. She has undertaken a very specific area of neurodevelopmental disorders. Her contribution in the field of autism is globally known. And that has led to different patents, different strategies for which has been adopted not only in the country but internationally. Third, we have Professor Savita Malhotra. She has been an outstanding, eminent scientist in the field of psychiatry. My colleagues would tell more about the details, biodata, and a brief profile about them. But it's a proud privilege, ma'am. We are thankful to all 3 of you for honoring us, and we have been very objective in our criteria, and we are going to publish this in our National Academy of Medical Sciences Journal also, your brief profile, and it will be known to the country, women scientists, men scientists, that this is what has been your contribution. With these few words, thank you very much for our patient listening. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Your insights have truly resonated with us, and we appreciate the passion you have shared with us today. We now come to a moment of pride and recognition, the felicitation ceremony. Let's take a moment to honor some exceptional individuals. National Academy of Medical Sciences, outstanding women scientists who have contributed in the field of medicine during 2023. And for the same, I would request Dr. Vandana Dhingra, Organizing Secretary, to come on stage and introduce our first women scientist.
इसका है first one.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pride and honor to introduce and bring forth to you Dr. Pragya Yadav. Dr. Pragya Yadav is Director in Charge, National Institute of One Health, Nagpur, and Scientist F, leading Asia's first biosafety level 4 laboratory at the Indian Council of Medical Research, National Institute of Biology. MAP has made significant contributions to the field of biology, which has led to the discovery of many novel viruses, quick investigation of viral outbreaks such as Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, Kayasonor horse disease, Nipah, Zika virus, and Mpox virus. During the COVID-19 pandemic, she made sincere efforts in quick isolation of SARS-CoV-2 virus from India, which was utilized by Bharat Biotech International Limited to generate the first indigenous vaccine. MAP has more than 300 publications, citations of 10,000, edge of 47. She is the guest editor of the Virology, Frontiers of Biology, and national and international awardees, Best Orations, including the Oxford University 2023, Bharat Bhagya Vidata Award, Ministry of Culture 2022, NAMS Dr. Prannath Trikhani Oration 2022, Nasi COVID Warrior Award 2022, Dr. K. M. Bansali Oration, IAOH Mumbai, ICMR Major General Sahib Singh Sohi ICMR, Dr. T. Ramchandra Rao Award, and many others. She is a fellow of the National Academy of Medical Sciences, NAAS IVS, international and national expert for the WHO, CDPI, ICMR, and DBT. It is my pride and honor to invite ma'am on the stage. I request the dignitaries on dais to please come forward and present Dr. Pragya with a medal of honor and plaque of recognition. A round of applause for Dr. Pragya, please. Please continue to applaud on this occasion for Dr. Pragya. Respected Nance President Salim sir, the Indian President here today, and very happy on the college sir, Dr. Lewis sir, of the meeting team of BCK's M's. It's my proud privilege, and I'm very humbled today to receive this award in Women in Medicine category. So though I am a scientist, I am not an MBBS doctor, so I said can be applied, and then it was confirmed by NAM that we can apply. So I'm very happy to know that we have put such a straightforward, clean, and very judgmental kind of criteria to do the justice with the award. But I think this is just a beginning. We require more and more leadership of women in science. And as I see, there is a large number of students here. I invite and also encourage you to become part of NAMS and learn new things which is happening. At the same time, I encourage you more to participate in the research. India, after post-pandemic, is in position to reform, and there is a lot of changes which is done by the government of India to promote the science. And I request all young students here and also those who are listening online to participate in clinical studies in the science, basic research to improve our country in different, not only fighting with the diseases, but also medical care and having a better future. Thank you very much. I now call upon Dr. Bhavna Gupta, co-organizing secretary, to come on stage and introduce our volunteer scientists. It is my extreme privilege and honor to introduce Professor Savita Malhotra ma'am. Madam is MD, PhD, FAMS and Fellow, American College of Psychiatrists. Ma'am is XD and HOD of Psychiatry at PGI Chandigarh. She is currently Senior Consultant at Fortis Hospital, Mohali, Punjab. Ma'am has 50 years of academic psychiatry experience and has excellent record in research and teaching. Madam has been honored by the International Association of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and Allied Professions. Madam has also outstanding contributions and global leadership in the field of child psychiatry. She is a recipient of 2022 World Association for Social Psychiatry Award. She is also Vice President cum President-elect of Indian Psychiatric Society. Madam has numerous academic awards, both at national and international levels. She has authored and edited several books, chapters, and research papers. Her areas of interest are poetry, Urdu, music, and traveling. May I now invite Madam on stage and request dignitaries on the dais to honor her with a plaque of recognition and gold medal. I request for a big round of applause for Madam. May I request Ma'am to say a few words to the audience?
Thank you very much, and must express my deepest thanks and to National Academy of Medical Sciences. This came as a surprise. This was also kind of done at a very short notice, and I must acknowledge the initiatives taken by the President, Dr. Shiv Saleen and Dr. Behra, with regard to activating and making NANS, the Academy, National Academy, more vibrant, more active, and more encompassing, involving all the members and fellows of the society. We see all the communications regularly being sent by Dr. Umesh Kapil with regard to the various new activities which have been listed by Dr. Digambar Behra of NANS in the previous few years, and push this academy very well because it is highly prestigious and all the members of the academy have been highly acclaimed scientists, medical scientists in the country. And this is the only academy which is kind of a broad-based, encompassing all specialties of medicine, surgery, and basic sciences. So I think we are here now for a much greater and brighter future for National Academy of Medical Sciences. And with regard to the women in science, this is what we are celebrating today, and this conference is specially being organized for that. We know that the women in medicine now are coming in much larger number. Almost 50% of the medical students are women in many places. And but I think women, for them to excel to this level and to come to this level of higher achievement and leadership, they have to come out of their comfort zone. They have to work much harder than their counterparts, in boys. The life of a woman is much harder and difficult and more complex. And so, the potential and capabilities are no less. And their, the zeal and their ambition levels are no less. But the only thing I would say to all the women around here, the students I see rather few women, come out of your comfort zone, break all barriers, take no obstacles to be as obstacles for you, turn them into opportunities, and the sky is the limit. And long live our country and our societies. And thank you very much, Lance, for acknowledging women today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your encouraging and enlightening words. May I now invite Vandana ma'am to introduce our third women scientist. It is my honor and privilege to present to you Dr. Shefali Gulati. Dr. Shefali Gulati is faculty in charge, Center for Excellence and Advanced Research for Childhood Neurodevelopmental Disorders, Child Neurology Division, Department of Pediatrics, AIIMS, New Delhi. Ma'am is also an adjunct faculty at the National Brain Research Center, NBRC. She is president of Child Neurology Association from 23 to 25. Ma'am is program director, DM Pediatric Neurology Program, and she was a co-founder in the year 2004. Ma'am is the convener for the pediatric subsection of the Indian Academy of Neurology, founder president Academy of Pediatric Neurology, Delhi. Dr. Shefali's areas of interest are epilepsy, dietary therapies, neuromuscular disorders, cerebral palsies, other NDDs, neurorehabilitation, including neuromodulators. Ma'am is the recipient of more than 30 national and international awards, including the 2024 American Academy of Neurology, AB Paper Teacher Recognition Award, Global Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, Dr. I.A. Modi Award of Distinguished Clinician, member Compass Consortium 2024, INSAR Cultural Diversity Award and Sheila Wallace Award of the first Indian recipient, ICNA 2014, to name a few. Ma'am has 268 publications. A huge round of applause for Professor Shefali, and I request the dignitaries of dais to kindly present Dr. Shefali with a medal of honor and plaque of recognition. Welcome, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am very grateful to NAMS, Dr. Sareet sir, Dr. Umesh Kapil sir, Mera, and everybody else for selecting me. Yes, very rightly said by my predecessor that it is difficult for a woman. It indeed is, because if you have seen, if you are working or not working, still you have to look after your home. So always you have a double thing. You don't have food baking. You have to ensure everything is done. So you have to balance the profession as well as the personal fronts. You may have challenges in life, and I must say that the women get more challenges in workplace as well. But the challenges should not be weighing you down. And what happens is, if you take them as challenge and then you take a determination that you're going to overcome the challenge, then the sky is the limit and you have to go on, because you have to go on and on
And people just see the success, don't see the hard work behind. And I think you have to work very hard with sincerity, and I think humanism is very important for us to be compassionate with everyone. Thank you so much.
Moving forward with the ceremony, I will request Professor Minu Singh ma'am to felicitate Professor Digambar Behra sir with the memento of honor. Please give them a huge round of applause. Now I request Professor Jaya Chaturvedi ma'am to kindly come forward and felicitate Professor Umesh Shabir sir with plaque of appreciation. I will request Dr. Bhavna Gupta ma'am to felicitate Professor Minu ma'am with the plaque of honor. I request Dr. Osama Niaz sir to felicitate Professor Jaya Chaturvedi ma'am with the memento of honor. Yeah, I now invite our distinguished guests, dignitaries, women scientists, and members of the organizing committee for a brief photograph. This photograph will serve as a cherished memory of a gracious presence at this event today. Thank you, Sir. Kindly give them a huge round of applause. And of course, the faculty members is the audience, so please join the photograph. Professor Vartika, Professor Shalini ma'am, Dr. Purvi, please join the stage. Dr. Namrata, Dr. Yogesh, please. Please come forward. Thank you, Dr. Ma'am. I request Professor Jaya Chaturvedi ma'am, Dean Academics in Rishikesh, to address us with the thank you note. I request Jaya Chaturvedi ma'am, Dean Academics. Ma'am will be giving the vote of thanks. Kindly give a huge round of applause. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So, good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the inspiring inauguration ceremony, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all who contributed to its success. First of all, deep gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. Digambar Behra sir, for his enlightening keynote address, and to our chief guest, Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati ji, for her uplifting words. Your wisdom has greatly enriched this event. Thank you to Professor Dr. Shiv Kumar Sareen, President of NAMS, for his insightful presidential address. We are also grateful to our director, Professor Meenu Singh, for her unwavering support and guidance. I am grateful to Professor Umesh Kapil for his special address. His secretary NAMS, sir, thank you for your motivational words. Congratulations to Dr. Pragya, Dr. Savita, and Dr. Shefali on your well-deserved awards. Your achievements and words of wisdom inspire us all. A special thanks to our organizing committee, volunteers, and all attendees who are present here. Your dedication and participation made this event possible. Thank you all for being here. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much.
All of you to stand up for the national anthem, please.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा बिंदु हिमाचल यमुना गंगा लक्ष्मी जगद तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय भारत भाग्य विधाता जय 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 जय
We have now come to the end of inauguration ceremony and we'll be taking a short tea break. We also have the inaugural of art gallery by our dignitaries outside. Kindly enjoy the art outside. Dignitaries will be escorted by students for the tea break room and for the art gallery inauguration and the tea break room. And the snack for the tea break for faculty has been organized on the second floor. And for students, please collect your snack boxes from the entrance outside. Please enjoy. We'll be resuming after 15 minutes. Thank you. Maybe only thing you have to change your clothes and all and then go. Then go, yeah. Go. Stop. Stop. No one knows. Same day. Our oration sessions, and we are honored to have with us some of the most insightful minds.
शेयर कर देते हैं कौन सी वाली प्रेजेंटेशन ये ओरिएंटेशन वाली ना
We would begin with session with the session by inviting Professor Jaya Chaturvedi ma'am on the stage to chair the event. We would also like to invite Professor Digambar Behra sir to chair the event.
देखिए कैसे दिख रहा है रहता चल रहा है
Please welcome Professor Digambar Behra sir and Professor Jaya ma'am with a huge round of applause.
पढ़ने
एक मिनट दो
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to chair the session of Dr. Pragya Yadav, to whom I and we eagerly await to listen. She is currently working as Director in Charge, National Institute of One Health, Nagpur, and scientist at and leading Asia's first biosafety level 4 laboratory at Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR, and Pune, India. With her extensive experience in the field of virology, she has contributed significantly to the understanding of emerging viral infections in India. She has obtained PhD in virology from the Savitribai Phule University, Pune in 2004, and joined as a scientist in ICMR and IIT Pune. Since then, actively involved in the surveillance and research of emerging viral infections. There is very long biodata of Dr. Pragya. She is having publication 328, I believe that's very important things. Citations 10335 and index 47. She is guest editor of virology, Frontiers in Virology, National and International Awardee Best Donation, Oxford University 2023, Bharat Bhagi Vidhata Award, Ministry of Culture 22, NAMS Dr. Pranav Chudani Oration 2022, Nasi Covid Warrior Award 2022, Dr. K. Bhansali Oration, IOH Mumbai ICMR, Major General Sahib Singh Soti Award ICMR, Dr. T. Ramchandra Award, and many more awards are in her credit. She is continuing to promote the excellence in virology and biosafety, biosecurity trainings to the public health and virology laboratories in India. Now I invite Dr. Pragya to begin her oration.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and we'll check on the voice. Good morning, everyone. Thank you once again for reading the biodata, and giving this very prestigious award. And I'm very glad to be here today, especially in AIMS Rishikesh, which is the name itself is so divine that being here make you feel very happy. I'm thankful to Dr. Menu ma'am and their entire team for making all the arrangements, and we are here because of that. And thankful to NAMS and the committee president of NAMS, the president-elect, who chosen me to be here and present. As you all have seen the movies Vaccine War, so you know some of our work which we did, but maybe I can share some more stories and the work which we did before and after pandemic. So this is the lab which you can see here. It's a BSL-4 facility, and this is Asia's first BSL-4 facility as India, and it's indigenous made product, which itself is a very great inspiration for us to work here. I'm a ICMR, I'm a complete ICMR product. I joined NIV as a ICMR fellow to do my PhD. And then I started learning virology. I finished my PhD, and then I got opportunity to work in NIV. But very quickly, I got a fellowship which was advertised by Association of Public Health Laboratory to work in CDC. So I spent 1 year in CDC learning on high-risk group of pathogens and was trained from the best public health expert scientists in CDC. And I always appreciate and thank them for that training, which helped me coming back to India and taking keen interest in high-risk group of diseases. I'm talking 2004 now. This was a time, and that was a time there was an outbreak happened. If you remember, in 2001 of Nipah in India, there were many deaths, and nobody could identify the disease. And disease initially labeled as a measles, which was detected. And 5 years it took. Then samples were sent in 2005 to CDC and identify the picture which I'm trying to draw here, that we didn't have a very good laboratory capacity, testing assays to do this in our country. There was a lot of fear when there is outbreak, clustering of the cases, because we didn't have system to identify and we don't know what to do. So this was the time, and I set up a BSL-3 facility where I started my training in 2003. And as soon as I went to CDC, I learned to work in BSL-3, BSL-4, how to develop diagnostics assay in molecular field, and I came back. And that was the first thing which I, in my mind, that I'm going to develop everything possible in my lab which can do the any unknown diagnosis, any unknown disease which happen in my country. So that is with that target I started my journey in science. And as we all know that pandemic is a part of, for every century there is a pandemic, and there were a lot of deaths. And we have seen recently one that was a COVID pandemic. If we talk about the different diseases, so the plague is one of the disease which was highly caused the death in the numbers, and people suffered. But the smallpox is another one which was eradicated. That was the first viral disease which was eradicated with the vaccine, and that gave a very good kind of inspiration why people talk about vaccine today and why everybody is focusing on making the vaccine. Emerging diseases are a reality, and either we ignore or we accept. But post-pandemic, I think the knowledge about viruses is very, very high in compared to the time when I did my PhD. When I went back and told my MSc HOD, biochemistry HOD, that I'm going to work on dengue chikungunya, everybody rolled their eyes, what is this name? Because people even didn't know the name of dengue chikungunya in 2000 or 1999. So we are a change country with a lot of information on virology. But so I'm going to share some of my journey in last 24 years in NIV, and how we came across different technology, how we improve ourselves, and where we are now. If we call, so we all know that emerging infectious diseases, so 70% of these emerging infectious diseases are zoonotic, and they are always born from animal to human, and they are also vector-borne diseases, and we can see that they are emerging time to time. Some of them cause only a few cases and we call as outbreak, but sometime it transfer from one country to another and come in the form of a pandemic. WHO released a list in 2019 where they said these are the diseases which displayed on the board are the high priority diseases for WHO, where we should work on making vaccine diagnosis because they are high risk group of pathogen where there is no treatment, no testing, and we should focus on that. And then there is a disease X concept come, which is unknown, and we should always prepare. But after the COVID pandemic, everybody realized that we should not wait for pandemic to come, but we should keep preparing it. And then there was a big exercise which was done by WHO where they included 300 experts across the globe. And then out of 26 families of viruses and also the bacteria, they have done exercise to find out from each family which one is the highest priority. And if we make a vaccine, our diagnosis, and if there is any disease happen, so what will be the highest possibility? What will be risk assessment? And based on a lot of criteria, a year of exercise, now the list is being released that which should be the priority pathogen from each family. And I work in this group for the Bunia viridae family, where we identified female Congo hemorrhagic fever as a high priority pathogen. But they are for each family, and it is listed and released this week only. So you can refer to that. So when we talk about any outbreak and pandemic, so we always work on these concepts, which is a very well being taught to community medicine, that you do anticipate, you try for prevent, and then you prepare, detect, and respond, and then you work on controlling disease outbreaks. But in this process, if you can detect early, you can act, and you can save a lot of life, you can contain the disease, and you can work very faster. So what I'm trying to bring here, that the detection, identification of the disease is very important, which you have yourself have seen when the novel coronavirus spread in China. It took a month to declare very, very basic factor if it is transmitting from human to human and how to detect it. So now, because of the new technologies like next generation sequencing, we can do identify quickly the pathogen, and based on genomic sequences, we can quickly develop the assays, we can develop vaccine, and we can work on monoclones and so many other technology which was not there 20 years back, if we talk so. So India as a country, which I described recently in 2001 Nipah outbreak, but there was another outbreak which we call as SARS coronavirus, happened in 2003, and it killed thousands of the people and spread in many countries. And India was also testing samples, and we found some of the positive cases. That time also we didn't have any biocontainment facility. We didn't have enough infrastructure. We didn't have protocols, how to isolate the patient, how to quarantine them, and it was a struggling time. There was a disease which was often considered to be endemic in Karnataka state, called Casanur forest disease, and that affected the laboratory worker, healthcare worker who work in the field. 100 of the people got infected while working in the field doing the research because they got tick bites and they didn't know what to do. There was no PPE, gloves, masks, there was no concept of such. And after that, the KFD work was stopped by NIV for 30 years. So in 70s, work was stopped. And then there was a concept drawn by Dr. Gupta, and then they came up with the idea to develop the first biocontainment facility in Pune. And that was started in 2001, and then it completed in 2005. So I was fortunate to be included from the beginning in that project to learn about the biocontainment. And we start, as soon as the containment facility developed, we developed tests for KFD virus, and now we have complete assays to develop anytime outbreaks happen. We have multiple laboratory across the country who can do the KFD diagnosis. So this is a campus of NIV where you can see, and this is a picture of BRDL, which you are all aware that how BRDLs are mooted by a Department of Health Research with the idea of our former Director General, Dr. Katos sir, and then BSL-4 that Just to give you a minute, he's uploading the presentation for online viewers. So most of the time, we had a tendency to do the public health emergency in a reactive approach. So the situation is there, now start working. Then there is second scenario where we can focus and prevent epidemic proactively to spread, and it can be acted very fast. And the third and very important concept which came, and it is now embossed hugely after the COVID pandemic, that we should have a country-specific synergistic One Health response framework, and which should include all the stakeholders. There should be no walls and departmental distribution, so that we can act as a country, one health approach for the One Health to improve the future responses. So I share about Nipah disease, which maybe you knowing, but some of the input. So this outbreak, the first outbreak was recorded in 2001, and it caused 45 people died in that outbreak. In 2007, 100% death in Nadia district, West Bengal. And then there was no further outbreak. People thought, okay, this was a scene. And this was the time when we didn't have any containment facility. Then we were ready. So when the outbreak happened in 2007, we could immediately test, but all the patients died before even you can do anything. In 2018, when the outbreak happened, it was very surprising. From West Bengal, now it moved to the southern part of the country, and there was 88% patient died in 2000. But then we started preparing the Kerala state. We worked with the state, and there was a huge preparedness from state also to train the healthcare worker, do the preparedness, and do a lot of awareness program. And in 2019, when the case happened, it was only one case. There was no mortality, and there was a lot of drill done in the Kerala to enhance the knowledge about this disease. In 2021, during the pandemic, when we were struggling with the Delta time, and there was so much chaotic, you can remember that what was the situation in the hospital. The Nipah outbreak happened again. One young boy died, and then the team was during the pandemic, and IV team went and they supported to Kerala to work on testing, and then there were no further transmission. So these are achievements which I'm trying to bring, that if you prepare, if you work in advance, how you can save the lives, how you can save people for not having human-to-human transmission. In 2023, last year, we have 6 cases, 2 of them died, and the rest of the people are healthy and fine. Then in 2024, this year, there was only 1 cases, no further transmission. And there was a lot of efforts from last 1 week, and the incubation period is almost over and no transmission happened. So this is actually true example, how preparedness, how response, and multiple stakeholders, when they work together, you can prevent anything bad to happen. In 2018, when the outbreak happened, it was like Ebola. The death happened, there was a health worker died, the patient died, and nobody was ready to even do the burial of the body. They were lying for 2 days. From my team, Dr. Reema Sai, a very, very young scientist, medical scientist, she was with the central team. She went there and she trained 400 people standing. And that one woman, because we are talking women in medicine, so I would like to bring some of the courageous steps of our team. And she trained them how to do it. And the state team, they actually participated, and there was no further. They had a clear-cut protocol. Central team helped them to make all the protocols. And now we have very clear-cut guideline on Nipah, everything. There was a challenges on not having any point of care, no treatment, no guideline, no availability of monoclonals, lack of PPs, and there was no isolation facility. So these are the challenges I'm talking in 2018. This was addressed by a multi-stakeholder One Health approach, which we can say the capacity was built, and then there was many research questions were answered, including how the disease is spreading, who are the vectors. So BAT survey was initiated, and then how we can enhance the laboratory capacity in Kerala across the country to deal with this. So this, we documented, all these experiences were documented in 2019, and then with this mobile BSL-3, which I was stating in the beginning, we used in Kerala outbreak, and it can be deployed, it can be functional, and you can respond to outbreak very quickly. We did a study to find out how the disease is transmitting, and with the multiple time survey in Kerala's different part, and we could reveal that the Pteropus bats are responsible reservoir, and they have this viruses, and the human get infected, and then human to human transmission lead to the deaths in the community. So awareness toward the bats is one of the key factor which can save a lot of life, but also the preparedness. We did genomic sequencing. We made clinical trial protocol for monoclonals. It was bought by ICMR in 2018, and it was also given whenever needed to the Nipah patient. So then we started a countrywide survey. We realized we are just seeing too narrow. Initially, we started a bat survey in 2007, and we found West Bengal was positive for Pteropus bats. But after Nipah outbreak, we realized we have to look at whole country. So we started a countrywide survey, and we could see that there are many states who have positive Nipah viral RNA, and at least 50% areas are having Nipah IgG antibody. So the awareness would be key factor to avoid this transmission. And if it happens, then how public health laboratory and everybody can respond to do it with another lesson. So this is another example of a strategic intervention for Nipah disease, where multi-stakeholder in one health come together and can respond to disease. But this was not all. There are many diseases, many challenges. And if you talk about high-risk group of pathogen, because this is only handled in BSL-4 facility, and there are very few facilities in the past. Now we have around 50 BSL-4 facility across the globe. And so you don't get commercial kits or reagents. It means we need to make one. So we prepare indigenously testing for Nipah, KFD, Ebola, Marburg, rabies, and many more whenever there was a new challenge. Either it's a molecular assay, serological assay, developing antibody, or anything which is required in the process to understand and answer the research questions. If we talk about different epidemics and pandemic of 21st century, we all know that Nipah, SARS coronavirus, avian influenza, H1N1, and MERS coronavirus, and many more are there, and COVID was the recent. But there was a many re-emerging diseases which we can see outbreak happening in India: chikungunya, Ebola, Zika, and monkeypox as well. Now, if I focus quickly to COVID pandemic, we all have seen, we know a bit because this is a medical community, and how it is impacted, not India, but all over the world. And it has changed the thinking about the public health perspective about the diseases. And there was another challenge which we could see. Prior to COVID pandemic, there was a Zika crisis. That was the induction of large number of researchers to work on Zika vaccines, Zika diagnosis. And actually, that's actually give a push when the COVID pandemic came. People had some kind of those tools, techniques, and things to work on. And COVID gave opportunity widely to our scientific people that, okay, the basic sciences are good, but how you can involve together, you can work as a team and respond quickly for a pandemic. So imagine imagine the monkeypox, imagine the smallpox. It took 100 years to eradicate the disease, but we are talking COVID pandemic, which was vast and which was very impactful, but still we could deal in 3-4 years, and we are here sitting today discussing in a normal forum. So COVID pandemic when it started, India has a lot of issues. We were not making any personal protective equipments. We were not having enough. We don't make any scientific surgical equipment so far in India. Everything is imported. All the reagents are imported. So when the international lockdown started, that was the first challenge, how we are going to survive. And that was the first question, how we are going to purchase the reagent, who will give us control, who will give us the primer flow. So testing was the first thing. And that was resolved very quickly by indigenous efforts to produce the kits in India, validating them, testing them. And you all know that January was a month where we detected the first 3 cases in Kerala. Quickly, VRDOs were prepared and they were ready to test. And but there another challenge came that our people got stranded in Iran and Italy. So we need to send a team, and an IV team was sent there to do the testing, take the samples, and then bring them home by Government of India. So we talk about different variant of concern. Initially, we thought only COVID, but quickly we realized COVID is mutating very fast and it generated many variant of concern. And then there was a alpha, then beta, delta. So this was like a war. There is a new enemy coming up and you have to deal with it. And then everybody started talking about the first wave, second wave, third wave. So I'm not talking detail because you all know all these. Just a reminding quickly to relevance to my talk. So during that time, because NIV is an apex facility for ICMR and country to respond on viral infections, we started working on first initially on the PCR kits, then supplying the reagents to different agencies, but then working on virus isolation and research question, can we do the antiviral screening? Can we isolate the virus and make a vaccine? And there was many questions. Can we have our own ELISA? Because there was no ELISA available in the market which we can use. So quickly, an indigenous ELISA was developed, which was transferred to 7 companies, and it was available. There was many indigenous assays was developed very quickly in a very short time, and many studies was done with the industrial partner, with the Bharat Biotech, Zydus Cadila, Serum Institute, and so on. And so some of the products were successful, some of them failed. But in this process, we learn, and those experiences are very valuable for the future research. This process, we participated in different activities which lead to the response of COVID in India, and that include the genomic surveillance, preclinical trials, sewage water testing, which the knowledge came for polio containment, because NIV is also doing polio containment through the GAP3 implementation plan, then antiviral testing, isolation of variant of concern, and validation of reagents. And so there was a huge army of the work which was going on, and there was people from the institute who continuously did. But we also focus simultaneous on different aspect of COVID, including the mucormycosis. Does the variant of concern are having any role in mucormycosis? Why after the vaccine there was a breakthrough reinfections? What was the impact of the booster dose and then impact of these emerging variant of concern? What was the effectiveness of Covaxin, Covishield, or any other vaccine which was given? Genomic surveillance and impact of Omicron at the last when we thought that pandemic is going off. So these were many studies which we plan time to time, and we publish in COVID 186 papers from Lancet to many other journals of very, very high impact. And these studies were research-based. There is a question, design a study, take the approval, but none of the study were done without any taking approval or taking either is ethical approval, scientific approval, animal approval. So every approval was taken. And the pandemic, the most important lesson which we learned, that how to fast track the approval process, how to beat this red tapeism in the system. The process which used to take 6 months, 1 year, now can be done in a week and in a 15 days time. And then fortunately, this process is still going on. We are working at the fast track. So thanks to this crisis time that we learn, and we are improving. So India could also get its first indigenous vaccine in a very, very short time in collaboration with Bharat Biotech. And we could also stand tall saying that no, we are not only the manufacturing hub, but we also have the brains to make our own vaccine. And you can see a change that now there is a lot new vaccines are coming in the market, and India, different pharmaceuticals companies are participating. And thus we are, and the second vaccine also later on approved by WHO from India. So we have at least 2 vaccines which was approved by, and if you talk about the numbers, more than 300 vaccines started in the beginning for the COVID, and only few of them got approval from the WHO to be used. So this war is still going on, and the COVID is still circulating with H1N1, constantly modifying. Yesterday, I saw that there is a new surge of the cases of COVID in China with the recombinant variant of Omicron and Delta. So the virus will be there, I think, with us, and it's not going anywhere, but yes, it's not impacting our life, and we are going on our daily routine. But during this pandemic, when whole system was struggling to deal with, there were many diseases which we say high-risk group of pathogen are also impacting bird, and that include Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, Nipah, Zika, avian influenza, monkeypox, Ebola, and so on. So these diseases added additional burden on the healthcare and also the laboratory system. And recently, if you have seen the news that the avian influenza has been not only transmitting to human, but it also found in the cattle. So the cattle are the source of milk, and that created a lot of fuss. And then from the cattle, it transmitted to the people who work with them, and then from human to human transmission is happening. So this is another. So the reality is that diseases will emerge and they will keep challenging human being, and we have to be ready to do that. To address that, there is a ILI SARI surveillance which is established by ICMR in our country. And in 2021, during this pandemic, India detected its first human avian influenza case. This year also we have detected further cases, and this war will keep going, and we have to prepare and we have to respond timely. The another disease which I would like to mention here for the audience, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, is transmitted through the tick bites, and these ticks stay on the cattle, and they are infected. And then whenever you get in the contact of these ticks, you get transmission. This is again a very high risk group of pathogen. No vaccine or treatment is available. And India reported its first outbreak and confirmed in 2011. And then every year there is outbreak in Rajasthan, in Gujarat for sure there is outbreak, and in Rajasthan there was 4 or 5 episodes. In 2015, when Ebola outbreak was going on, in a hospital in Rajasthan, there were 4 people died, including doctor, nurses, and patient, and everybody started doubting it's Ebola, but actually it turned to be Congo hemorrhagic fever. So large number of studies to understand them, address who are the what are the risk factors associated with disease, and how we can deal with. So we all know that sheep. So there was a
psychology and immunity problems.
which
The present study examines how
prevalence is very high in our country for
and
season,
change
and ticks
human
are
life.
there. So the community awareness would be one of the key factor, but also we prepare different diagnoses, and that help in quick diagnosis, isolation, and no further transmission happen to make sure in the state. The another disease which I would like to mention about the monkeypox, which started spreading in 2022. Monkeypox was always thought to be restricted in 7 South African countries, but then there was this surge of the cases in MSM community. Started from Europe, and then it reached to US, and then it spread to many countries. And if you look at the recent data, it has around 1 lakh cases, and maximum cases is not in non-endemic areas. And there was a death, and in how come India can be behind if the cases happening across the board. So initially, all the cases which was recorded were imported, detected from Kerala and also from Delhi. Then there was a question how to enhance our response, how to detect it. And this is the current status, where you can see that India is showing in green with the low number of cases. We also recorded the 1 death presented with only 1 lesion on inland area, and that was an imported case from the UAE detected in Kerala. So far, we have detected 31 cases, and quickly, as soon as the monkeypox cases scare happened, we developed the assays, and then we prepared the VRDL facilities across the country who can quickly diagnose and provide the help to support to isolate the cases and avoid the transmission happening in the country. Then we did many studies that including to understand that how the clinical presentation is in our country, what age group it is affecting, what kind of presentation is there, and then what are the viral kinetics to understand how long they should be isolated, how we can make sure that it doesn't transmit to other people. And we also did understand the genomic, and we found out that the main outbreak which is happening in US and Europe caused by B genotype is not being detected in India. It's called A genotype, which is presented, and we isolated the virus, and we are working with Serum Institute for a vaccine in India too. There is another release which has come from WHO, because further in South Africa, there is a huge mortality recorded, and outbreak is enhanced this year, and they have asked for companies to produce the vaccine, and there is a demand now to have the monkeypox vaccine there are other studies too, which we are doing with the other stakeholder using the network. The other disease which I would mention about the Zika disease, which transmitted by Aedes aegypti, how like dengue transmit and 80% asymptomatic cases, but it caused microcephaly in children. In 2017, when this WHO declared it's an international important disease, we detected first ANC case in Gujarat, and when we did sequencing, it surprised us. It was not the strain which was circulating in Brazil, US, but other part, but it was a very old strain which was present in Malaysia. It means Zika must be in India for a very, very long time. And that actually challenged further when the outbreak happened in Jaipur, then outbreak happened in Uttar Pradesh, and this year currently there is an outbreak happening in Maharashtra state. More than 100 cases are recorded, and even some neuro cases are being reported. During the pandemic, these outbreaks were going on. So we did a countrywide survey using our VRDL network, and we could detect Zika cases across the country in many states. And in some of the cases, even we could see the co-infection of dengue, chikungunya, dengue, Zika, simultaneous infection, because the same vector is transmitting these diseases. So they may complicate the diseases more with the co-infections. Do you like to say something, ma'am? Okay, thank you. So Zika, so it's a threat, and we have to be ready to deal with it. The next and more important point is how to approach for early detection for disease X. And so there are many understanding on this. Government has made recently a lot of efforts, and which I would like to tell you some of it, and we are part of this preparedness plan. So that first, preparing the VRDL laboratory, which now in a higher number across the country, enhancing the genomic surveillance by teaching, training, having multiple NGS hub, then enhancing our testing and technology to make the new kits. That is another one. But at the same time, there is a plan for establishing 4 new National Institute of Virology across the country, and building the National Institute for One Health. There are many strategies to prevent and detect biothreats, because we all know that diseases can be natural, but they can also be human-made, and they can be used as a bioweapon. So we have to understand and respond in a very, very accumulative way to strengthen our biosafety, biosecurity, integrated capacity, and also enhance the biosurveillance, risk assignments, and intelligence and forecasting of such diseases. To address it, Government of India has this initiative of One Health mission in July 2022, and where 13 ministry has come together, which is led by a principal scientific advisor, how we can create a response from the country where everybody come under one umbrella. We work together, not only in responding to these kind of threats, but also doing research and development to have other therapeutics and preclinical, clinical trials, everything in a way that we are not duplicating, but we are doing together. And in this response, there are the first steps which ICMR has initiative under the funding to improve the surveillance system. And for that, there was exercise was done to understand what are the priority diseases for the India, including acute encephalitis, myocarditis. So if we take the syndromic-based approach, how we are going to address the surveillance. And the first study which we are now going to launch is the bird sanctuaries but that will include the stakeholder across CSIR, DBT, ICMR, animal husbandry, environmental sciences, everybody, to improve the bird sanctuaries surveillance, the slaughterhouses surveillance, and how we can enhance acute encephalitis syndrome. And in this process, there is a new BSL-3 laboratory network is being created, and they are being trained. This network is located across different stakeholders, and they will be trained, and they will be come on the same platform and same SOP to be used, and improving the surveillance in our country, and also the preparedness. So with this, though there is a lot to talk, which I can keep going on, but some of the very key learning, some of the learning which I would like to share, that in a science, you need a team, and the team should be highly dedicated. We require a very, very good environment. We require good funding. And the most important, we require our family support. If we are saying that a woman in medicine wants to be in leadership position, so it's not just family, but we also need the support in workplaces. a very, very small changes in workplaces can make life easy for women and they can do wonders. So during the pandemic, I had 3 more women scientists, which are incredible and very daring scientists, Dr. Anita, Dr. Reema, Dr. Sri Lakshmi. But that was not sufficient to respond to pandemic. So we made a big team of 50 people that included people from FMC, included people from AICTS Pune, which is Army institutions. We included veterinary people across all NIV requested from other ICMR institute. We taken technical staff from different departments and we requested they want to join a work which will be 24-hour without rest, and they actually agreed to come and work with us. We work constantly 3 years without single day holiday or leave. And at the time when happen, you realize you are relaxed, COVID is less. They forgot that they have to go home. So everybody is staying 9 o'clock very late. And then I have to remind them, we have to now follow 9 to 5:30, please go home. So you can imagine the team, they are definitely very dedicated to the country. We have very dedicated team of people who work in field for NIFA surveillance that include different scientists from different division of NIV and also my technical team. So, so this is the team which you can see, Dr. Bhargav, the man who was who worked with us, who guided us, and who inspired us to work during a very, very hardship time of the COVID. Not only the co-vaccine, we did 100 of the things, and thanks to him. But in one thing which we learned from him, intact your integrity. Don't compromise in whatever pressures come, and instantly you try to do your best. So I think that was a message, and you can see Dr. Nivedita, Dr. Priya, Dr. Gajanan. These are the very core members. Dr. Varsha Poddar, who's head of National Influenza Center, and we work as a team responding in COVID pandemic time. But this is my team, BSL-4 facility. You can see 50% women, 50% men, no bias of the gender, and everybody is a gem. They are very hardworking and very patriotic people who wants to do anything for the country whenever and wherever is required. So with this, I would like to thank the CPCSC and different officials during the pandemic who gave for very early approval. But we work with the different stakeholders, including different state departments, AIMS, VRDLs, and I should be failing in my duty if I don't acknowledge them. We work with the many international partners as well, including IDCR Bangla, CDC US, and many former director with whom I work, many former director general with whom I work, and I learn a great deal of science work in pressure. And so we are here today, and I thank once again listening me and giving this opportunity to share my thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pragya, for giving us a broad overview about the emerging pandemics in India, the possibilities. The most glaring example are the, the COVID, which you very nicely elaborated. When at the time of there was panic, there was chaos, and there was despair throughout the world, including our own country. But despite all these things, I think the scientists were all the time alert and they did their hard work, and you see what we achieved. So I'm sure with this type of dedicated workers like you, I think we in India need not be scared of because Pragya Yadav is there. So that is one beautiful example. And number two, obviously, you talked about obviously we should be on a high alert. And then both the government and scientists equally, and the public at large should be on a high alert so that we can tackle such situations. And thirdly, I think you again talked about the disease X. So that is something we don't know, came as a blue within weeks, within months, and then the things it can damage, it can cause havoc like it was done. But I think we came across and we could fight for that with your hard work, and your center, your team. So that is the message we gave, the type of laboratory infrastructure, the way the country rose up, the way our scientists like you came up, and then we possibly own you are, I should say. It is, I can say you are easy, whether entirely over or not, I don't know, but the obviously I think for the time being you are. And again, you have very nicely and very rightly warned us about the future perspectives, what we should do, development of laboratories, the money, desire, everything is required. And very, really very nice and thought-provocative talk. And that gave us some insight what is going on and what may be or what will be the future and how we should be preparedness, I think, is the key message. And obviously we have got, as I told, the hard working scientists are always there for us. So with these 2 hours, I thank you for this nice talk. For any quick comment from the audience, we can take 1 or 2 questions or comments. We will come to give him comments. Professor Aarti, you want to give some comment about this because so obviously the oration usually, but the talk was exciting, so I thought we could very much. Okay, thank you, Dr. Purayada, for this. Okay, thank you.
And now, we are organizing the chair of the meeting. We now begin our second oration. I invite on stage the chairperson for the event, Professor Umesh Kapil sir, Secretary NAMS. Sir, kindly join us on the stage. Kindly remove round of applause, everyone. I request Professor Umesh NAMS, Executive Director and CEO of Institute, ma'am, kindly join us on stage. Thank you, ma'am. Hello, thank you very much. We start with the second oration, and we have Professor Kavita Malhotra to deliver this oration of National Academy of Medical Sciences, London University, Finance of Change. I request Professor.
You only have.
Thank you very much. In fact, I detailed profile of Professor Malhotra for presenting the morning session. With vast experience in the field of psychiatry, I request Professor Malhotra to make a presentation in which he makes mention about the achievements, what are the difficulties he faced, and how the women scientists should come out of those difficulties, as we mentioned in the morning session. The women have to undertake 2 responsibilities simultaneously. How you manage, that's an important lesson for all of you. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Umesh and Dr. Menu Singh and Dr. Umesh, respected chairpersons and colleagues in the audience. I'm very pleased to talk about a little bit about my journey as a professional, as a scientist, and also a little bit of introduction to what I actually did that really got me over here as being selected for this particular award. I think in the morning, Dr. Behra's talk has set the stage for, recounting the history of women in medicine, all over in the world. And also, I mean, he has very eloquently highlighted the difficulties that women face and the bias and discrimination, not discrimination, I would say, but still a kind of a lag that exists between genders with regard to recognition of women in the field of medicine. And just starting with that, of course, and as was said in the morning, that women were barred from professional practice till about 18th century. Till about 18th century. And it's only in the 19th and 20th century that women started to come up in the take up medical profession across the world. And first woman doctor in India was Randibai Joshi. She did her medicine from USA. And Kadambari Ganguly, I mean, she was the first woman graduate from Calcutta Medical College in 1866. And so this is where in the 19th century that women in medicine, at least in India, they started to take up this and came up in this field. And then gradually over a period of time now in the 20th century, gradually women started to take up more and more medical profession. And in 21st century, what we see now is that we have achieved some degree of parity. That means 50-50 gender parity in medical school admissions, which is what we see in recent years now. And particularly when I talk of psychiatry, we see that in psychiatry, when I joined psychiatry in 1974, we were the first batch of women psychiatrists at that time. There were no women before that. I was the first batch of amongst three women psychiatrists who joined in 74. And now a large number of women are joining psychiatry as a specialty. Of course, medical schools, there are a large number of women, they are joining. And needless to say, and everybody knows and recognizes that women face significant challenges in their professional journey and professional growth. In the beginning, now this is my journey. I took up psychiatry in 1974 after doing my MBBS from Shimla Medical College. I was a university ranker, and my teachers, when I chose psychiatry, they were very much disappointed. And they said, what has gone wrong with you? I mean, you can take any subject, gynae, pediatrics, medicine, or whatever, and why are you choosing psychiatry? At that time, there was a great amount of stigma about this subject, psychiatry. It was considered as a fringe area. It was not considered as a core medicine subject. It was considered as something, allied or something different. And everybody said that psychiatry has no scope. It's not prestigious. It's not suitable for women. I mean, I was told that shadi nahi hogi, ab psychiatry kar loge to. It's a waste of talent, that you are a good student, you are just wasting your, talent by going into psychiatry. So these were the first kind of level challenges. Even my family did not support me in this. My father was a doctor, but he said also that, he wanted me to take up gynae, but I was determined. So I think there was no further issue about it. And then came the challenge about the subject when I joined psychiatry. Psychiatry was totally new subject. There was new terminology. there was, because in MBBS hardly anything is taught about psychiatry. So even in the basic medicine classes, in pathology, forensic, anatomy, physiologies, I think the discussion and teaching about the brain as an organ was very, very little. I think we were taught in the nervous system more of the spinal cord and the very gross and functions of the brain and the lobes of the brain, and that's about it. And we were at that time taught that frontal lobe is the silent area of the brain. That means the frontal lobe has no assigned functions like parietal lobe and temporal lobe and occipital lobe. So we knew that the functions of hearing and vision and sensory motor functions are all assigned to these different parts of the brain. But frontal lobe, there were no functions assigned to the brain. It was called silent area. So, and that is in psychiatry. Now we know that the frontal lobe is the seat of the higher mental functions, higher cognition, learning, memory, decision-making, and so on. So that was the state of knowledge about psychiatry. So entirely new terminology. And psychiatry was a very vast subject. It was not limited to just our basic anatomy, physiology, pathology, and medicine. We had to read about humanities, sociology, anthropology, epidemiology, and psychology, and embryology in detail, and so on. So every aspect related to human life and experience that was relevant to human life had to be learned in psychiatry. So the entire subject was very vast. It had no boundaries. We had to read a lot of literature and a lot of related stuff. And on top of that, we had a very rigorous training in PGI. PGI is known for very high standard of education and discipline and very rigorous training. We had excellent teachers at that time, excellent role models and mentors. So they actually, inculcated in us a pride for the subject. And also, told us that this is very, very significant and important subject of psychiatry. So this was great. In the initial years, after completing MD in 76, I had an opportunity of joining as senior resident in 77 and became a faculty in PGI itself in 1979. This, I would say, would be a huge opportunity and a boon for my career and life, because there's no other place like PGI to work, as a professional and as faculty. There was a huge amount of support from teachers and department in PGI. Those were the days we had very, very limited resources. When I was a student in 74 to 76, we did not have a photocopier. We did not have computers. That was the time. Or the students nowadays cannot even imagine life if there was no computer and no photocopier. And we all had to do sit down in the library and make handwritten notes and learn it, and so on and so forth. And in PGI, PGI is a multidisciplinary general hospital, and our Department of Psychiatry had very close linkages with other departments of medicine and surgery. Medicine, surgery, pediatrics, dermatology, gynae. So we used to have monthly psychosomatic rounds jointly held between psychiatry and these departments. And that is where Dr. Meenu Singh's department and, our collegiality there increased and happened. And so we developed a very high degree of pride in the discipline, and we were given adequate recognition amongst our medical colleagues. And that was a very, very, very encouraging step. Now, after completing your education and things, and that is when you start, your professional journey and professional career. I think then came the time during, between up to 30s, you are just beginning to make your you're settling down, you're getting a job. So you get a permanent job by that time, and that's about it. And between 30 to 45 and 50, that is where the 20 years of your active professional career life. And that is when the professional challenges start. I think I've just listed here the women, how women are different from men. Women are less compromising on principles. They are the ones who do not easily succumb to pressures, and they are less compromising. And I remember, a small couplet by Gulzar. Gulzar वो लिखते हैं कि उसके पाँव में छाले बहुत हैं, उसके पाँव में छाले बहुत हैं, कमबख्त असूलों पे चला होगा. वो शब्द कमबख्त कहते हैं, मैं कमबख्त नहीं, मैं बेचारा कहती हूँ उसको, कि पुअर थिंग, कि बेचारा असूलों पे चला होगा. तो विमेन असूलों पे चलती हैं, and so therefore they face far more kind of challenges and difficulties and obstructions in their work. They are far more ethical. They are not easily corruptible. I think that this is everywhere. This is I think black sheeps are there. That is different. Exceptions are there, but by and large, they are less corruptible. They are more ethical. They are more focused on work. I mean, they don't kind of, whatever is done. Dr. Pragya has given such an elaborate account of what all she and her team have been doing or have done. This is not possible if you are not focused on your work and single-minded kind of a focus that is there. They avoid being drawn into groupism and politics. Most women, after finishing their work, they are happy to immediately go back to their family and attend to their other duties and things. They are not the ones who will, in the evenings, kind of, socialize amongst colleagues and among professional colleagues, have parties or have, share a drink, share a smoke. And this is what separates them from men. And so in this process, there is a gender isolation professionally that they suffer. Women are not incorporated professionally in the groups. I mean, I say men and women. Women all individually, they don't form their own group also. They go back to their families, but men folk have a tendency and they kind of, meet also professionally outside the working hours. And that is where most of the discussion and is carried out about the work. Most of the decisions are taken there in the evening over drinks. They are executed during the day, but then this is how the planning is done. And women are kind of isolated and out of it. And women are also by nature less competitive. They feel very satisfied and content at what they are doing. कि हम कर रहे हैं, बस हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं, ठीक है. Reward आ गया तो ठीक है, नहीं आ गया तो आ जाएगा, नहीं आएगा तो भी कोई बात नहीं, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं. And then glass ceiling. Dr. Behra also talked about this in the morning. They have a glass ceiling in the sense that in the higher leadership, higher administrative position, whenever the opportunity will come, and I think the preference is given to men more than women. For some reason, I think women are not evaluated or considered kind of suitable. I mean, they are thought that perhaps they don't have the ability to administer, to manage, to kind of handle people or some such thing. But there is definitely glass ceiling. And this glass ceiling is applicable not just in India, it's everywhere. And we have all kind of, I am listing here, I have faced all this. So we have come through, all these difficulties. Other challenges are work-life family balance. Women are not just professionals in whatever capacity and place they may be, whatever level of position they may be. They have a responsibility for house, children, family. And that becomes their primary responsibility and remains so. So they are the carers. They have to bring up children, and social and family pressures are there because ill relatives, aged parents, whenever there is any such contingency or exigency arises, is the woman who will have to take leave and stay back or take care of them. Then women have very poor social support. Social support is kind of, social support next to the workplaces, there are no good daycare centers. There are no creches. And so the children, see, after school, where do they go? When they are young, you have to look after them. So these kind of facilities are not there. And so social support is missing. So one of the responsibilities of the woman to rear children is not supported by society. But whereas I would say that this is a kind of a service to humanity that the women are doing, and they should be recognized and acknowledged and should be supported. Lack of administrative support. I think our heads of the department, who are more often males, they would frown on you when you ask for suddenly a leave when the child is ill, when a family member is ill, when your maid has not come for duty and you have to stay back and take leave, or you get pregnant and you have to take leave, maternity leave. So this is, in many times, this was an unsaid rule that during residency, you will not get pregnant, you will not get married. And if you did get, I mean, you will be 6 months behind and you will not be, you will lose opportunity for promotion and career. So they have to go through career breaks, missing promotions and so on. So these are the challenges they face. But still, nevertheless, I think women of grit will still continue and overcome these challenges. And what helps to overcome these challenges? Of course, a supportive family. Very, very important. I cannot underplay this aspect. A supporting husband, supporting parents, in-laws, and other people, whoever is there in your close circle, if they are supportive and willing, and so that's great. If they are not, I think that's a disaster. Other things are, this is for women, I mean, who are there, that have single-minded pursuit, that despite everything, you have to work, continue to work. I mean, all these things will be there, so withstand, tolerate, but carry on. Don't lose focus. Maintain your dignity and poise. Neither get angry and nor do you, you hold your ground. Have to know your rules. Know what is due to you. Ask for it and still continue to do it. Ignore the noise around. What people are talking, what head of the department is saying, what your colleagues are saying. वो सब आप उसको छोड़ दो उसको ना, and continue to work. Your work will speak for itself. Women do a lot of hard work, and the work will speak, and then no, you don't have to speak for yourself. You must learn to assert. Women, I think they also lose out on this because they don't ask for their right. They don't express what they want, what they need, what should be done, what has not been given to them that was due. So you have to express. Nobody will ever give you, even if it's your due right, on a plate. It will not happen. You will have to ask for it. You will have to come forward and take a step forward. As I said in the morning, come out of your comfort zone, talk about it, and don't feel hesitant. Don't feel submissive. Be confident and be aware of your rights. Okay, now I have here chosen at least 2 areas, for of my work, which I have dedicated, to which I have dedicated significant amount of my professional time and life. One is child psychiatry. Child psychiatry I took up in 1979. As I became the faculty member consultant in PGI, I was given the responsibility of taking care of what we used to have at that time, child guidance clinic. It was a weekly clinic, at that time. And then thereon, that is when I began to I took charge, and then I worked till my retirement, and even thereafter over 35 years in child psychiatry. First of all, after my MD degree, because in MD, we did have some exposure training or teaching in child psychiatry, but since it was a very, very rudimentary, primitive kind of a thing, so I had to enhance my qualifications, and I went for a fellowship in US, UK. I also did PhD in child psychiatry, and got, established a little, confident and firm grounding in the specialty, in the subject area. And thereafter started working in developing a good service, a good training program, and start engaging in research in PGI. Simultaneously, I think I started working at the national level. We formed an association of child and adolescent mental health. There were very few, handful, just less than a dozen specialists of child psychiatry at that time. And they were all foreign trained, my very senior colleagues, just half a dozen, 6 of them, 5, 6 of them, but others were those who were interested in child psychiatry and working. So about 10, 12 of us, we got together and we formed an association, and that became a kind of a platform for us to meet and share, and then develop further kind of activities in child psychiatry, and became nationally visible. And today this association, I am the life president of this association. And this association has about 900 members, and we are a very, very vibrant society and become a national level, well-recognized society. We developed also international linkages. I mean, so I was there at the forefront with the International Association for Child Psychiatry. So we developed very early on in 90s, international kind of a membership, and became a member society of that association. And I invited that international international conference in India. And in 2002, we did the international conference of child psychiatry in India. And that is where then we became kind of known internationally. And at that time, for the international community, it was a huge opportunity as far as child psychiatry in India was concerned, because at that time, we did not have any training programs. We did not have very structured even service program in the country. And I went around on a fellowship to UK and visited all the 14 departments of child psychiatry and discussed with them. And then we talked about what should be the model that is best suited for a country like India to develop child psychiatry, And so that was a huge opportunity for us at the international level. We didn't want to make the same mistakes that they did, and so on and so forth. And that's how gradually we kind of, started to develop this specialty here. I advocated for starting DM program, and this was started in 1993. For the first time, I mooted for starting the DM program in PGI, and our, but then at that time, I think our psychiatry colleagues, general adult psychiatry colleagues, they were not favorably inclined to start this, because this was the first DM in psychiatry, number one. Secondly, they thought the child psychiatry is still not a subject, important enough or big enough to have a DM program, and nobody supported that time. And we lost a significant amount of time thereafter, and almost about 20 years. And then, of course, eventually it happened, in 2011. And we have a now DM program in NIMHANS Bangalore and PGI Chandigarh, only at 2 places. So this kind of a struggle has been there. I mean, you have to fight with the profession, within the institute, and there's a struggle at all levels. And of course, simultaneously, I mean, there was a huge effort that we were putting in developing research grants, research in child psychiatry, writing books, supervising thesis, MD thesis, PhD thesis. So a huge amount of Indian literature was being created in this subject area. And so that is where gradually over a period of time, child psychiatry came up on national agenda and became recognized as an academic discipline. And I feel very gratified and proud today that this actually happened in my lifetime, because I have devoted so much time to it. And at present, we are also running an online 1-year certificate course. Now, this is the boon that we got from COVID, because during the COVID time, online teaching became the norm, and everywhere it was possible to do it. So we started 1-year certificate course in child psychiatry for general psychiatrists, which is a highly sought after course, which is running at the moment. And I am the director of the course. Second area of my work I will now focus on that has been telepsychiatry. Now, telepsychiatry, I wrote the first project on telepsychiatry in 2003 and submitted it in 2004 to Ministry of Electronics and Communication. But they did not acknowledge. They did not accept it. Nothing happened. So I waited for a year and a half. Nothing happened. So then I gave up. And then I submitted it again to Department of Science Technology, DST. And this was a project titled Development and Implementation of Model Telepsychiatry Application using medical knowledge-based logical decision support system for delivering mental health care in remote areas. Now, this project I submitted to DST in 2005. DST held a couple of meetings, I had the review and so on, and asked us to make some modifications, which we did in 2007. 2007 onwards, then nothing happened. The DST went quiet. 2010, 3 years later, they suddenly come up and they say, "Are you interested in this project?" And I said, "You're asking me. I mean, I should ask you if you are interested in the project." I have submitted it and waited. Is 3 years already gone? And I have almost even forgotten about it. I thought you're not. No, we will do it. And so thankfully, I think somebody, so this is what happens when at the helm, there is somebody who's sensitive, who really looks at science and scientists in a very, very positive manner. That makes a difference. But otherwise, if scientists act like bureaucrats sitting at the helm, you can even just kind of be lost in the oblivion, whatever may be your value and worth in terms of a good professional or scientist, nothing will materialize. So it's extremely important, as Dr. Pragya said, that ICMR chief was so kind of, positive, responsive, and involved. So the work gets done. So this is how even in DST, after 3 years, somebody comes up and says, okay. So then we lapped up the kind of opportunity, and this project was done for 5 years. Finish in 10 minutes? Yes, I will finish in 10 minutes. Okay, so just to kind of give the background as to why we needed to work in telepsychiatry. At that time, telepsychiatry was nowhere on the horizon in India. Telemedicine was only kind of a beginning to take shape, and telepsychiatry was not there anywhere. And this is what I think I thought was that we had a huge treatment gap in India. Prevalence rate of mental disorders in India is about 10.6%. And number of persons with mental illness who are in need of treatment, we are 140 crore people at the rate of 10.6%. At least 15 crore need treatment immediately. And what we have is 10,000 psychiatrists in the country, 15 crore patients, 10,000 psychiatrists. It's impossible that we will ever have enough psychiatrists to be able to take care of these numbers. And what we need recommended is 1 per 10,000 psychiatrists. And treatment gap, 70 to 90% of patients who are mentally ill do not get treatment. So I think this is a huge treatment gap. And between tertiary care and primary care, there was no connection. There are two separate levels of service that go on. And we thought that we should bridge and create a bridge between tertiary care and primary care through telepsychiatry. And we chose our main site, nodal site was PGI, and this work was done at 3 sites. I chose particularly 3 hill, states, because that is the more geographically unreached and difficult terrain and very low density of psychiatrists in these 3 states. These were J&K, Srinagar, Regional Hospital Bilaspur, Himachal Pradesh, and Uttarakhand HN Base Hospital, Srinagar. What we did was we created an online telepsychiatry application software. Now, this is a diagnostic and management decision support system. It's a software. And that has 2 components, diagnostic and management, because it follows kind of logical rules through a kind of algorithmic procedure. And we, by step questioning, you come up with an automated diagnosis. And there are 2 versions for adults and children, and it covers 18 psychiatric disorders each. And these diagnoses are based on standard guidelines and specialist knowledge, and it is bilingual in the English. And Tata Consultancy Services, TCS, was our kind of IT partner in this work. And what we created was a comprehensive diagnostic system that covered 18 broad diagnoses and 110 sub-diagnoses. And this diagnosis is logically linked to management system. Management includes pharmacological and psychological both. Our method of inquiry or systematic questioning in the diagnostic system is akin to clinical interviewing. That is something which is very special about this. And this is time efficient, takes about 15 to 20 minutes, and you can come up with a psychiatric diagnosis. Now, look at the telepsychiatric consultation workflow. Patient comes to a district hospital, and there is a consultation done by a non-psychiatrist. It can be a general doctor, it can be a trained psychologist or a social worker, and who can, according to this diagnostic protocol, sit down in front of a computer and ask questions systematically, and this will bring up the diagnosis. So the diagnostic assessment is like clinical assessment we do with the clinical case history recording and physical examination, symptom severity assessment, functioning assessment, which leads to automated diagnosis. And diagnosis is in the form of psychiatric diagnosis. It also flags medical diagnosis if the patient has diabetes, hypertension, epilepsy, any such thing, poor psychosocial or environmental problems. That is also assessed, and psychosocial, socio-occupational functioning is assessed, and this leads to then the management protocol. We assess the severity of illness as mild, moderate, severe on a 5-point scale. We assess socio-occupational functioning on a 10-point scale. It's a kind of a visual analog scale for each levels, each level is defined and described. So the rater, whoever is filling, can read that what is the meaning of scoring 5 or 4 or 6. Then it leads to the management protocol. Management protocol involves ordering investigations, pharmacotherapy, medication, psychological intervention, hospitalization, and follow-up module. And also takes care of if there is a need for psychiatric referral or medical referral. And there is the element of module for video consultation. So you can have a video consultation with the psychiatrist at the back end. This is the kind of a screenshot of the management protocol. For example, here you see the diagnosis comes schizophrenia, and then the number 1 drugs that opens up is the antipsychotics, and then the drugs that are listed here. And then each drug, there is a kind of a prescription you can give, the dosing that you can prescribe, and other drugs that you can prescribe, and so on. And it leads to a printable prescription. So we went through a very rigorous level of validity, feasibility, and reliability testing. Our diagnosis had to be accurate, had to be valid and had to be error-free. And agreement between application-generated diagnosis and specialist diagnosis was very high. All this research is published in the public domain and in the peer-reviewed research, peer-reviewed journals. There's a high degree of agreement of system-generated prescription with that of independent psychiatrists. So for the same patient, what a psychiatrist will write prescription and what the application software will write will suggest there's a high degree of correlation in that. And it's a easy to use and acceptable system. So this is a self-educative system and self-sustaining skill development, because when the general physician is kind of going through this, then he's learning by each successive assessment. And it's a secure system, encrypted, firewalled with passwords protection. And this system has been patented. Psychiatry patents, it's not known. This is the first patent in psychiatry that we got. This is automated system and method for telepsychiatry that has been patented. And we are very proud of it. So no such system exists in India or in the world. Is easily accessible, creates electronic medical records, can create data for research, which can be used for epidemiological purposes and to study the natural course of illnesses and so on. And it helpful in planning and policy making. So this is the last slide. So this is what we have done. I mean, we have done the R&D work. And now this system is available and is ready for rollout. It can be rolled out at the state level or at the national level, and it can take care of the mental health problem service deficiency in one go. It's an intelligent system, and it can take care of the problem of mental health gap. It's reliable and valid. It empowers non-mental health professionals because we don't have sufficient number of psychiatrists. So general doctors can do this, and it can provide treatment at the doorstep of the patient, and India can emerge as a global leader in IT and telepsychiatry using this. So this is what I had to share today with you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful exposition of your own work, which was in child psychiatry, as well as in telepsychiatry, and also giving very useful information, advice to budding women researchers and physicians, how they can help themselves in various walks of life by striking the right work-life balance, and also cutting through the nasty ways, how practical tips that you have given, I think that will go to be very useful to everyone. As always, I do cherish the psychosomatic rounds and various sessions which we used to get in PBI benefits. We cherish all those sessions with you. We know that in orations we don't have any questions, so we would like to thank you and just request my co-chair, Dr. Kapil, to make some.
Ma'am, I would like to just mention that country is proud of you and your. Thank you very much for an excellent work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insightful presentation with us. Now we begin with our third oration, for which I invite on stage the chairpersons for the evening, Professor Prashant Patil sir, Dean Examination, Professor, Department of Physiology, Dr. Aarti Kapil ma'am, Professor, Department of Microbiology, North PMC Medical College and Hindu Rao Hospital, New Delhi. I would also like to invite Professor Dr. S.S. Manu sir, Dean Research, Professor Emeritus, Department of Pharmacology, Institution. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
To be part of the celebration and recognition of three eminent women scientists. And for the next oration, the orator is Professor Shefali Gulati. So I invite Professor Gulati to take the seat. We have a detailed introduction regarding her paper and her contribution to pediatric neurology and neurodevelopmental disorders. So without wasting any time, I'd like to invite her to deliver her presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the chairpersons for the introduction. So I've been working in child neurology. I've been in AIIMS for the last 36 years. I completed 36 years on 31st July this year. I joined 36 years back as an undergrad. And I was ma'am student initially because I joined as MBBS that time. So, but my MD dissertation was on child neurology only. So I had planned to do neurology. So it's child, I named it as Child Neurology in India and Beyond, an Audacity of Hope. Dedicated to older children and their families with special needs. I look after the Child Neurology Division. I've been coordinator of the DM Pediatric Neurology Program, which I, with my mentor and myself, co-founded in 2004. So it is 20 years now. And we also have a Center of Excellence in Advanced Research on Childhood Neurodevelopmental Disorders. So they anyway told my credentials, how it all began in 1988. And then coming here to this prestigious institute, doing MBBS, getting, all these awards during that time. One knew that we have to do something, and they were the gold medals which were given in the 1990s. So we were, clear that something has to be done. Then in 2000, I got the opportunity to become a faculty. So I've been in faculty since 7 July 2000. And in 2005, I had gone to Hospital Salvatore for neuromuscular disorders training. This was our batch, MBBS batch. So it all began from pediatrics thing. We had my first dissertation was on CSF lactate and blood lactate in neurometabolic disorders. Those days now you have blood gases in which you do your lactates and all. That time my kit had to be bought from the US, and it was to be blood and CSF had to be inactivated in cold perchloric acid. I had got the Dr. Sarla Vaishnav award for this, so that that had ingrained in my mind that I have to work in pediatric neurology. So after that, this was this landmark paper in which I actually got 64 patients ictal spec done, which is very difficult to get done because you have to inject within few minutes of the seizure in the child. And it was a very difficult task I did in my senior residency. And this was another landmark paper during my senior residency when trying to explore the West syndrome and infantile epileptic encephalopathies. And for the last 20 years now, we have this DM Pediatric Neurology program, which we started in Professor Kalra and myself in 2004 January. I've been heading it since 2008, April, when she superannuated. We have 52 students who have completed the program, and 11 are currently being trained under me. After this, I had contributed for the establishment of DM program in 7 more institutes and fellowships and pediatric neurology across India and SAARC countries, and also doctorate of national board. So I have basically been 3 decades in pediatric neurology in this area, and all my alumni are, well placed across India and also globally. So these are distinguished alumni, global footprints. Pratik Panda is absent today. I was told by Bhavna he's on leave. He was our alumni. So when we did, this year when we had that, actually I'm president of Association of Child Neurology. I was his founder member when Dr. Kalra started it in 2002. So we had this annual conference in Vellore this February. So I said that we have to celebrate it. So we developed this map, and then we had these mementos made. Me and Dr. Kalra, when we started the program, me and Dr. Kalra and my 2 colleagues last year. So, and then for all the presidents, we had when they came and what are they now? And this was our first resident, Dr. Mahesh Kamathe, who's in Belgaum. And Ranjit, I put it his photo, like he was looking like a movie star. Now he's a very well-established epileptologist and neurologist, got trained again. He'd gone to Toronto. I put his because he helped me actually. It was only my idea. He got all these mementos made. So that's why it is there. So on the child neurology division, when we started, we had clinical services, laboratory training and research, and all specialized neurology services, outpatient, inpatient, ambulatory daycare, diagnostics, telemedicines, initially in research mode, later in service mode. We had a lot of collaboration intramural and extramural. I started the electrophysiology, pediatric electrophysiology in 2000, and it was the first time a pediatric electrophysiology unit was started in India. And then we started polysomnography in the pediatric neurology. Then we also having transcranial magnetic stimulation. Initially was in the research mode, now also in service mode. So besides that, obviously neurometabolic genetics, neuroimaging, neuropathology, all go integral part of anything in pediatric neurology. DM Pediatric Neurology, I told you, we have PhD and short-term and long-term training programs. We also support the nursing and also have a lot of collaborations nationally and internationally. Then there was this vision to have, we were doing patient care, research, academics, public awareness, advocacy, wanted to have a center of excellence. So the center of excellence was formed on 1st December 2017 by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and partially funded by India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited, partially by CSR from there. So that after that, there is a history. That was a very big advances, and we had a lot of support from the administration of earlier time and that time. We have mentors and advisory board members from across the globe for the same. We have 5 thrust areas. First is development of a national registry for childhood neurodevelopment disorders. Second is developing a national knowledge and training center for the same. And third was advanced diagnostics. Fourth was basically advanced therapeutics and rehab. And the fifth was establishment of child neurology helpline and teleconsultation services. What I did was, everything, when we started research, we kept on doing research in that area, one after the other, to go on understanding that thing more and then making something from research to practice. I'll be just elucidating that shortly. So this tele-helpline and teleconsultation was actually launched on 13th April 2018 by then Health Minister of State. And it has been there ever since as a toll-free national helpline number. Before that, we had helpline numbers, but they were not toll-free. They were numbers which I had taken from AIMS, and anybody calling had to pay for it. But then since that time, we are having it 24 hours toll-free. So basically 4 pillars of strength or 4 pillars of focus is academics, patient-oriented clinical services, research and advocacy. We at tertiary care centers and at centers of national importance have to work towards advocacy as well. Who else are going to do that otherwise? First pillar, academics. So for the DM Pediatric Neurology program, I already have told you. And then we've been mentoring PhD from AIMS, from NDRI, Karnal, and then from IIT Kanpur, short-term trainings from 18 from across the globe. Then, also for the nursing, I told you, we've been guiding thesis, all kinds of thesis, PhD, MD, MS, and DM, and been examiner for various universities, including India and abroad. And also became this spelling mistake. There's an adjunct faculty of the national board, the adjunct faculty at the NBRC. And basically many of, as 42 of my students and collaborators have been given awards. So that is very important because it's not your self awards which matter, it's your team which matters. So when I cherish whenever my students and collaborators get awards. So actually it's 44. I did forgot to add 2 more. So there are 44 students and collaborators have got award for work we have been doing together. Also, because when telemedicine came up, we have been giving lectures in the Pan-African Network, and I'm also a member of advisory board of International Child Neurology Teaching Network and coordinating the neurodevelopmental disorders for the same. So the DM programs, how we started 2004, it was AIMS New Delhi, PGI Chandigarh came in 2011. Then in 2019, Amrita, Vellore and Trivandrum came simultaneously because of MCI. And then we had AIMS Rishikesh. And then in 2022, we have Belgavi, which is Mahesh's Institute where Mahesh is working, and Madras Medical College. So our alumni, I had already shown you. And we have trained fellows from across the globe in AIMS New Delhi. And we've also been supporting the fellowship programs across India. Also been involved very closely for developing the curriculum, both for ours and then also for the MCI and the Doctorate of National Board. So the DM program needs clinical training, development of various skills, participations in national and international levels, doing research, their DM thesis, other projects, epidemiology and research methodology, all has to be seen. And they have to also develop teaching skills, and they have to develop communication skills and compassion towards patient, which is very much lagging. Lack of communications causes lots of problems, and lack of compassion is another thing. I feel humanism is something which we don't practice. We don't think on those lines. Those are very important. And we have to constantly seek new literature and analyze and do the evidence-based neurology. And for this, I give entire credit to Dr. M.K. Bhan, who is no more today, but he always used to ask in rounds, what is the evidence? So whenever we used to say something, so, some things people have inbuilt. Other thing, I also remember now the late Dr. I.C. Verma, because I joined in his unit as first time when I joined for pediatrics MD, used to always say that you have to check the nursing charts, counter check every day as a JR and SR as a faculty. And they are very important things to avoid human error. So everybody of these people have been telling and following, we have to do the same to develop them. These are our team, which has been at different points of time. And we have been, they have posting in the wards, the PICU, the psychology, adult neurology, adult EPS, neurosurgery, genetics, biostats, PMR. And they also go to the various neuro-ophtha and child guidance clinics, pain clinics, and speech and audiology clinic. And we have to collaborate with lots of departments for running the DM program. We do have a neuro-radio conference every Monday and neuropathology conference intermittently. To become a humane, gentle, sincere pediatric neurologist with good clinical investigation skills and an evidence-based holistic approach towards patients with neurological disease and their families is important. I always tell them that 100% sincerity and 85% knowledge makes you a best clinician, and with a lot of compassion and humanism, because you can always check in the net, but anything for exotic diagnosis and syndrome search, but you have to be 100% honest. We developed some innovations in teaching. We have this website, which is there at www.pedneuroaims.org, in which we have had on various, various tabs, so it's various conditions of neurodevelopmental disorders. Plus we have an academic tab. In that academic tab, we have the developmental milestones assessment, checklist for development milestones, and neurological examination, all videos. Then we have a parents corner for parents and a poster query domain. So this is one there. We also have pedneuroaims.chalobardo.com, which has got evidence-based SOPs, which are there in learning modules for various conditions. And this was the 2-pager, we have developed a milestones chart so that any MD resident can check in daily OPD, and a development kit for them to assess. And yes, we do have all the various neurodevelopmental conditions. You have all the modules on the website. Also, with the International Child Neurology Teaching Network, we have been developing a lot of material. And also, there is a IAP has a child neurology chapter, which they call as Academy of Pediatric Neurology. I was a past chairperson for that in 2021. We had done the webinar series that time for various aspects of epilepsies. There were 10 webinar series and all, and it got some around, lots of thousands and thousands of people were watching it, and it is there on YouTube. So it was very much there for empowering people in the periphery. So we are teaching not only the pediatric neurologists, but pediatric residents, plus the practicing pediatricians. The mobile apps, which were there initially, we had 4 mobile apps. with the help of, we had done research and made some diagnostic tools, because of which we had epilepsy, autism, ADHD, and NMI. There were 3 to 4 different color apps. They were formed for these practitioners to use. And then later on, we joined them into one app, which is called Ped NeuroAIMS Diagnostics. And that app can aid them to, diagnose patients with these conditions. And because all the questionnaires which have been developed, they run in the background. So if you put the age of the child, age sensitive and specific questions are going to come up, and the algorithm runs in the background. So it's simple for use. We develop epilepsy guidelines for practitioners. We revise them, and we made a drug book for neuropharmacopoeia for guiding the pediatricians. Second edition is on progress, and we'll be making it a mobile-friendly form. The screening and diagnostic tools are important to be socio-culturally sensitive, because what you expect in a human behavior and a child's behavior in India is very much different from what you expect in the West. For a very simple example, for a CSHQ is a sleep questionnaire. In that, there is a question: if a child is sleeping with the parents, it's taken as abnormal. Here, 90% of our children routinely sleep with parents. So these tools had to be social culture sensitive. So that is why we had these tools which are there. I was the network coordinator for the INCLIN study, which Dr. Arora was leading, and Dr. MKC Nair was the PI for the neurodevelopmental disorders INCLIN study, which is a landmark prevalence study, which we had done in 2011. The data was collected by population proportionate by size sampling across 5 sites in India, Kangra being a hilly region, Palwal being rural, Dhenkal district in Orissa being tribal, Hyderabad being urban, and urban coastal was Goa. So in that, we had seen for all these in their neurodevelopmental disorders and found a prevalence of 12% in the age group of 2 to 9 years. So we had developed some tools that time, but they were only for 2 to 9 years. Then we had modified these tools, and for autism made it 1 to 14, for epilepsy and neuromotor impairments made it 1 month to 18 years, and for ADHD made it 6 to 18 years. And this neuromotor impairment term we had used for, because anybody who's coming to a practicing pediatrician or it coming, in the hospital is coming with a motor problem, is not saying he has or she has CP or, has neuromuscular disorder or post-meningoencephalitic sequelae. So based on certain questions and observations, one could diagnose various conditions, all these motor problems through that NMI thing. Then this NDST screening tool was developed with an 11-question screen which was in this INCLIN study, which is being used in the Rashtriya Bahal Swasthya Karyakram at the peripheral level, at the ASHA level. But then there was nothing for less than 2 years. So for less than 2 years, I had done validation and of the ages and stages questionnaire. Initially, I just did a Hindi translation, and then we did the validation in that. Everything was okay for moderate to severe risk category of newborns, but for mild risk, it was not working. So then we did a socio-cultural adaptation and then validation for SAARC countries. So I had some 29 people from SAARC countries who had provided inputs to modify. So with this, then we had amazing psychometric properties for this tool, and this is now available for 0 to 2 years. So we have the tool from 0 to 9 years now for screening in India. This is published in Indian Pediatrics. We also developed an infant autism screening tool, and that we have developed 1 to 6 months, 6 to 12 months, and 12 to 18 months, 2021 and 21 questions. Although it is debatable whether you want to label anybody as autistic in the first year of life, but yes, you'll be doing a screening, so it will be high risk, so you can give interventions. And, at 12 months, we could pick up with a sensitivity of 90%, and at 18 months, 98.9%. Regarding the diagnostic tool, which was there from the INCLIN's one, which we had modified, because, INCLIN tools were made before 2011. We had made from between 2004 to 2011, we had made all these tools. And in 2013 comes up the DSM-5. So there was a nomenclature change from having a pervasive developmental disorder, in which autism was one part of it, and Asperger was another part of it, PDD-NOS. Then they told the whole terminology changed to only autism spectrum disorder, and the RET was out. And they also made there were 3 domains in the first one. You had social interaction, social communication, and certain repetitive behaviors and patterns of interest. What they did was, in the DSM-5, they made the social interaction and communication as one domain, made the restricted repetitive patterns of behavior as a second domain, and added sensory issues And they reduced initially the lower limit line. They used to say developmental in the early developmental period. I mean, in less than 3 years of age. Now here they are saying early developmental period. So you can pick up a child even early as possible. And now the DSM-5 also has specifiers because you can talk about comorbidities. That means autism with epilepsy, autism with ADHD, and so on and so forth. And this tool, which we had again modified and socio-culturally validated, has very good psychometrics, and this also has a screening as a scoring. It's published in PLOS One in March 2019. And this is there in the Ped Neuro NAMES diagnostics, and it has been gazetted by the Gazette, which came in March 2024. This has been used by the Gazette. In 2016, the Gazette had come, which used the old INCLIN tool, but in the Gazette this year, this is a new tool which is there. So you'll have to get used to it. It has a scoring as well. So we have all the tools and training modules. Similarly, you have something for ADHD, which we developed and has really good psychometric properties published in Neurology India. Then for epilepsy as well. And we had done from 1 month to 18 years, published in epilepsy research. We went add-on, what we did was ILIC had given some semiological description. So we have developed an addendum to this. And there is an addendum to this to make you understand the semiology of the patient, various seizures in these children. So this was a neuromotor impairment in frontiers in public health. So all these we have been working and over a period of time and getting research awards in institute for 5 years. And then I was assigned the task of training master trainers pan-India. So we've had 4 national workshops in Vigyan Bhavan with people from across India. We were training as master trainers for diagnosing and certifying autism. And now I'm just going to be starting an e-certification course. I've been given the task by the Government of India. So, and also been training people from CARA, the officers across India. This must be around really 2,000 people who were trained on categorization of children with special needs for adoption. I had revised their adoption criteria for special needs children totally, and this was gazetted now recently. So it's training people pan-India for that. And we've also been training now people, team of collaborators from abroad are using our INCLIN tools, what AIIMS modified ones, and we have been training them. We've earlier trained twice, and now we are going to be training this month end. So the tools which we're developing have to be used. And then we were also trying to understand what is the knowledge attitude among doctors and nurses and other allied professionals on neurodevelopment disorders. It was pretty dismal, nearly 70% people were talking normally, and that was in AIIMS New Delhi. So this was pretty upsetting, but we have another study, the part is going on in which we're going to various schools and colleges, but that will be in NCR only, and trying to understand how we can improve their understanding, because that is important. This is part of the DST project, which we have. As I mentioned to you, humanism is something important, and you have to have every person has to be treated with respect, and every life, there is a dignity of each life. For examination, a lot of things are happening, and that's being centralized. So all our examinations happening central. And for the ICNA, International Child Neurology Congress, we've been actually working in artificial intelligence. For artificial intelligence, we've been trying to improve the clinical applications. So we made a global SIG, which I was leading along with 3 of my other colleagues. And in 2024, that first one we did was in Antalya, Turkey. It comes after 2 years. So this year in Cape Town, I established this SIG in neurodevelopmental disorders, and we are trying to take the artificial intelligence in various domains of life, because there's lot of support, scope in that. We have also been teaching, this is the teaching part going on, only the pediatric epilepsy subsection, which I was the co-founder, convener. We were been teaching people pan-India, all the pediatricians and pediatric neurologists on various aspects of epilepsy, those epilepsy module handout, guidelines, and see if you see, till 31st August 2022, the viewership was 15,697 for these modules. There were 8 modules. So they are all available on YouTube. So this is, they really work, So we also did pediatric neurogenomics symposium with people from across the globe teaching. Then, being the president of Association of Child Neurology, I take the pleasure in telling you that was since last year when we started. We have had 56 sessions till now, and 10,598 have been only Zoom attendees from 68 countries. Before that, we had participation only from India. and some from Bangladesh and some from Nepal, and they were all our trainees only who were there. Now we're going from 68 countries, so that means India is being recognized as a very good teaching place. So that means something really good we can do. This is a real record and it has been very appreciated. That means other people are appreciating the work we are doing. So teaching can be going. So these are the 68 countries who have been attending our webinars. For Asian Oceanian Child Neurology Association, also we've been doing grand rounds and an educational symposium. And I'm the president of the 17th Asian Oceanian Congress of Child Neurology, which is being in Yashabhumi next year. So that means India is coming and the lead for teaching everywhere. For the ICNTN webinars and for the McMaster University webinars, then International Society for Autism Research webinars. So everywhere we have been working and presenting across the country and globe. Patient-oriented clinical services, all kinds of spectrums of disorders are there, partnerships with varied departments. Referral is not only from India, but from across the world. We get patients which are predominantly NRIs staying in those areas. So a lot of patients are coming and we have a footfall of around 20,000 patients annually coming to pediatric neurology. We have 5 specialty clinics and we've just started a 5th one. Pediatric neurology, neuromuscle, neurocystic circus, child development, autism, and a dietary services clinic because we have lots of patients on various diets. We've been working on 16 years. All these, AGs and all everybody is having. I was just mentioning about the PSG and the TMS which have been brought up. Muscle biopsy, nerve biopsy has also been kept in mind, and intracranial pressure monitoring being done in situations required. Just recently, we've developed this Holding Hand in Magical Years Early Childhood Development Neuro Rehab Center. I've been struggling since 2008 for the same. Struggle went on from 2008, but now with a collaboration with the Hans Foundation, we are able to set up this center. It is just being developed, in which all patients can be given all transdisciplinary approach with all OTs, PTs, and speech therapists, and audiologists, optometrists, special educators, and dietitians, social workers, all under one roof. And also whatever we are developing technology by research, we'll be giving them in service mode. You're also giving, for the rare disease, I'm following up 47 patients for nusinersen for over 3.5 years. And the first patient of gene therapy for Zolgensma for SMA was done by us on 29th May 2020, peak COVID time. And we have done 21 patients so far and 9 patients for risdiplam. So lots and lots, and we have lots of patients for LGMD. I'm not talking about the trials, but otherwise also they were the compassionate programs. Third is the research, and research is very important to get funding from various national and international levels. 2 important things is research to advocacy and research to innovations is important from national institutes. So the tools we developed from the INCLIN study were being used in our BSK program. And as I mentioned to you, the current one, the AIMS modified, is replaced the older one. So lots and lots of training and all the courses I have mentioned to you. And initially, before this, in the initial parts, I also worked with Dr. Arora for the Universal Immunization Program and Biomedical Waste Program. So they were the UNICEF programs, and then auto-disabled syringes and biomedical waste management started. I'm talking about 2000. So it is important that we are helping the government in this. This document we had taken out, framework for convergent, of the various services for patients. It should break the maze for a family. There are 4 ministries which are working basically for the children with special needs. One is the Ministry of Health, other is WCD, third is HRD, and fourth is MOSJ. They all are working in silos, but they will always keep working in silos. But we had proposed that we should have somebody at the district level who can help break the maze for the families so that they can have a streamlined kind of thing. So that's why we are helping for that. And the diagnostic tools are being used, are going to be used that as a district level. And some of them were there at the screening tool, as I mentioned to you. I've already mentioned to you about this. So apps, it's I'll just take 2 minutes to finish off. I've already told you about this, and also with WHO trying to develop a way in which we have made some videos for patients. So anybody who is newborn, who has been born, if he has a risk, then he'll getting a risk, or he has no risk. If he has no risk, getting the normal nurturing care. If he has risk, depending on the risk, various videos are there, which will be given to these patients. And then we have lots of trials going on various app sets that need not be mentioned. The national registry, which we are making, we are collaborating with GIOSH. UCL, and CMC Vellore will be launched soon. National Knowledge Resource Center is fine. The innovations, I said skin biopsy, we are suggested to replace muscle biopsy. Telephone-based consultation came after research showing that I should not miss a critical clinical event if I don't see somebody face to face. Various dietary therapies we're working on and mobile applications we've been working on, which I mentioned to you, and some West. I'll just minimize this thing because I wanted to see the, can I just see, I wanted to show some other in the end, 1 second. Yeah, 1 sec. So dietary therapies, we had started on, we have 17 studies over the last 16 years with the best RCT of Freeland Varsity, talking about various diets. And that is how we are going on with the various books for them and a lot of workshops for them. And I'll just come to 1 or 2 points and then I'm just winding up. So this I've already told you. And we are also developing textile-based virtual reality, augmented reality, a lot of stuff we have developed for autism and CP. And for dyslexia, we have developed an AI-based intervention program. And we have shown by fMRI that it improves language networks. So that is there. And then a lot of these predictive abilities of autism can be improved by these, apps we have made. And we're working also on robotic therapies in BCI, so those can be used. And modified constraint-induced movement therapy can be assisted by virtual reality assist, which has shown to be better. We are also working on TMS. So I'm just trying to say that new things have come up, which we have been working up and shown research. And now we are ready at this point to put it in service mode as well. So just there are many, many of these devices. I'm just going past to give 1 or 2 messages. This compass was also based on this thing, only recording a child's interaction with the parents and guiding the parents. So this is a virtual reality attention, joint attention platform. And for the robot, we have already interacted these children, interact better with robots that we have understood and made a machine learning algorithm and applied for a patent. Gate therapy through AI-based platform done and worked on theta burst, that transcranial magnetic stimulation. We worked on CP, worked on autism, currently working also on vocal epilepsies, also worked on ESS, and right now autism also it's shown benefit. Right now we are studying on SLD as well. I'm just once again, and this we have to understand that various aspects are there. We have to continue research in one particular area in depth. So I'm just skipping all that. Like we had 15 studies in the diet. So we are going to answer. This is the one landmark thing which is just which is there. We just completed keeping diet as a first line. Diet was never a first line. So that is how. And also I wanted to mention neurodiversity, humanism for autism has to be kept in mind. So humanism has to be kept. TMS I mentioned to you. 1 second. This all I mentioned. There's lots of work on that. Yes, for autism also, many aspects are there. 1 minute. Okay. So it's important that various aspects like autism, we are working on various aspects, trying to understand the one thing important is we have also got that gut microbiome of the children are different from their siblings. Then we have trying to do for probiotics and GSFs, they have died because of this offshoot of that. Then we have done heavy metals, found some problem in autism. Now we're working on hair, nail, as well as blood and urine. Earlier was only blood. And we're trying to study the some epigenome of fathers, and we found methylation defects in those children. So it's very complicated, and something of this is very much scary. Air pollution in 3rd trimester of pregnancy and use of pesticides, which we are exposed in our food, is causing more autism. This also we are trying to study and trying to understand. And I mean also like the various other studies are going on. That's and as important is, I'm just saying we have to keep on working increased in these areas because there is extensive research which is going to go on to answer questions. So we've been trying to complete on answer, but parent empowerment is important. So parent information materials have been given to parents. Parent support groups have been created. Parent telegram groups have been created. Parent intervention clinics and parent counseling clinics and everything. It's there. And also to, you have to appreciate the patient. So we have always been doing talent hunt for autism and appreciating and felicitating them and trying to support the parents. And obviously, this was also a webinar series we had done for financial advocacy for rare disease, trying to understand and answering the question, how will they going to get money and everything? So it's something really important, and these are not required. Yeah. So messages take home. Associations, lots of associations, we've been associated. The future ahead is basically trying to bridge the gaps in clinical practice with respect to transitional care, which we have to develop very well. We are starting transitional clinics, palliative care and comprehensive service for children, especially with special needs, and to expand the basic neurological services to primary health level and empowering at the periphery. Basically, there's a pyramid. You have to go towards the base of the pyramid has to go extend to the country, and the apex has to go apical to become its best possible in the world. And but the important thing is we have to talk about the humanistic approach. You have to have collaborators from across the globe, and we have to work together. For women, there is if you see, there is in the road when you're starting the race. For men, it's a straight line. For women, there are lots of challenges at home which are there, which are already obstacles. And do not give up. People see only success, don't see the problems behind. I think there's a lot of people behind who have supported all along. We are very in-depthly grateful to them. Grateful to my father, who's no more, and my mother, who's pre-terminal, and my son for helping me, and my colleagues who helped me collate the material. And when the world says give up, hope whispers, try it one more time. And we can work together and make a very different world and touch as many lives as possible, as many as people who smile when they hear a name. Then you understand you've done something good.
Thank you for sharing this impressive journey of your achievements. I know one cannot do justice to so much of work and in this much time, but let's hope we will continue to rise higher and contribute to the society. Congratulations. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations, Dr. Shikhan. And you are the prominent things.
Yes. Yes, whatever we'll be doing will be available free of cost to everyone to use.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
I would now like to call Professor Digambar Daya sir and Professor Neem Singh ma'am to kindly come on the stage and felicitate as their persons from the event. I would like to, I would like Professor Digambar Daya sir to felicitate Dr. Rahi Lokuna. And we give them a round of applause. Now request Professor Neem Singh ma'am to kindly felicitate Professor Patil sir. Now request Professor Digambar Daya sir, kindly felicitate Professor Ram sir. With this, we come to conclusion of the oration ceremony. Now it's time for the lunch break, and the lunch will be served for all the dignitaries, faculties and students at the second floor. So please enjoy the meal, and we will continue our event after 30 minutes. Thank you.
Greetings from National Academy of Medical Sciences, India. Focusing on NAMS Vision 2030, NAMS is pleased to share some of the important activities like NAMS National, International Fellowship and Membership, Member After Day NBEAM NAMS, NAMS Task Forces, AIMS NAMS Navigate, Navigate Medico CME, CME activities, publication of annals, newsletter, networking with professionals, public orations, Young Scientist Fellowship, Scientist Exchange Program, scientific visit of Emeritus Professor and many more activities. All application forms for fellowship, membership, associate fellowship, and member after day NB have been made online and objective criteria from the year 2022. NAMS has also started a new online AIMS NAMS Navigate CME and Navigate Medico CME program to assist in the development of competencies among PG students and share multimedia learning resource materials as e-library. NAMS has also started 21 task forces to address medical issues of national importance. Under publication activities, NAMS has its own annal as Annal of the National Academy of Medical Sciences. In addition, NAMS also publishes its quarterly NAMS newsletter. For more details of NAMS activities, please visit our NAMS website www.nams-india.in or scan QR codes with the camera app. Greetings from National Academy of Medical Sciences, India. Focusing on NAMS Vision 2030, NAMS is pleased to share some of the important activities like NAMS National, International Fellowship and Membership, Member After Day NBIM NAMS, NAMS Task Forces, AIMS NAMS Navigate, Navigate Medico CME, CME activities, publication of annals, newsletter, networking with professionals, public orations, Young Scientist Fellowship, Scientist Exchange Program, scientific visit of Emeritus Professor and many more activities. All application forms for fellowship, membership, associate fellowship, and member after day NB have been made online and objective criteria from the year 2022. NAMS has also started a new online AIMS NAMS Navigate CME and Navigate Medico CME program to assist in the development of competencies among PG students and share multimedia learning resource materials as e-library. NAMS has also started 21 task forces to address medical issues of national importance. Under publication activities, NAMS has its own annal as Annal of the National Academy of Medical Sciences. In addition, NAMS also publishes its quarterly NAMS newsletter. For more details of NAMS activities, please visit our NAMS website www.nams-india.in or scan QR codes with the camera app. Greetings from National Academy of Medical Sciences, India. Focusing on NAMS Vision 2030, NAMS is pleased to share some of the important activities like NAMS National, International Fellowship and Membership, Member After Day NBEAM NAMS, NAMS Task Forces, AIMS NAMS Navigate, Navigate Medico CME, CME activities, publication of annals, newsletter, networking with professionals, public orations, Young Scientist Fellowship, Scientist Exchange Program, scientific visit of Emeritus Professor and many more activities. All application forms for fellowship, membership, associate fellowship, and member after day NB have been made online and objective criteria from the year 2022. NAMS has also started a new online AIMS NAMS Navigate CME and Navigate Medico CME program to assist in the development of competencies among PG students and share multimedia learning resource materials as e-library. NAMS has also started 21 task forces to address medical issues of national importance. Under publication activities, NAMS has its own annal as Annal of the National Academy of Medical Sciences. In addition, NAMS also publishes its quarterly NAMS newsletter. For more details of NAMS activities, please visit our NAMS website www.nams-india.in or scan QR codes with the camera app.